before we go on, of course, to start the day of the tournament, again, thank you everyone for joining us here for the Parallel Minor One, and we're gonna be looking at the brackets and how we got to today. Okay, so I'm gonna be giving this to Muka because he loves to talk about, of course, most of these guys and their journeys. Muka, can you take a short rundown of the top bracket?
Yeah, I mean the top bracket was definitely tough. A lot of names that we are used to seeing from season one really went at it in this tournament, and it was really cool to see Thijs and Egorik's journey up here to the top of the upper bracket. And look, I mean, Thijs did not have an easy go around. He versed
Yeah.
against Jarla, the world champion of last season. He versed against Jobsad, who was like a major finalist last year. Reshinov, who's a very good ladder player. Those are three very strong players to go against. On Egorik's side, he beat Zeliuser, who got second place at last year's World, Jizo, and Pandapple, who are both master players who have done very, very well. But yeah, like very, very strong. Like Thijs making it and to the upper finals alongside Egorik. These guys did not have it easy. And like, look at the other names on here, right? Perp,
Yeah.
Bulbens, Manos. These are all guys that we've seen on here do really, really well in tournaments. So it was definitely fierce competition to get here.
Yeah, definitely fierce competition for Thais, man. Like we saw him over at the Parallel Prime Championship. Really great guy, laid back, so to speak, but really good player. Like I don't know how he does it. It's like more of the experience, or it's like a natural talent. So like if he hones it more, if he plays a bit more, or if he plays low key, doesn't even show that I'm like a kind of a hidden, like a dark horse, so to speak. No, he's that kind of talent that you don't think that is gonna be not it's gonna be losing anytime soon. He just keeps on going. And just a short recap of the first rounds, round one and round two. Thais has also defeated DC from YGG and Zarathustra, which is also a previous champion. And we went in with a clean 2-0 for Zarathustra as well. So lots of heads taken down by Thais, and he deserves this top spot. But what about Ego Rick's journey, Ali? Can you give us a short rundown on how he went there?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Egorik took down Zelly, which is certainly a big feat. I mean, we saw, much of a monster Zelly is in the World Championship. Looks like he 2-0'd Jizo as well, and then took down Pandapple. Is that correct there?
Yeah, Pandapple is a top four in this tournament too, but he got knocked out from the upper bracket. Egorik was the one who sent him
Yeah, there we
downwards.
go. Apparently,
Yeah.
the losers bracket was pretty grueling. Like a lot of people, I think LazyGuru had to play like 6 or 7 games in the lower bracket or something like that. Like it's been a long day, I think, yesterday for a lot of these players. Thijs kind of cruised through, as Excelso were saying. He's just honestly, just a natural talent when it comes to card games, and he's just like getting locked back into Parallel, after making it through like in the last chance qualifier of the champs. And I'm ready to see him compete. He said the secret sauce was spending time with his son, giving him the
Yeah.
clear mind, and then that just
Mm-hmm.
led him to victory. So we'll see if he ran that strategy back today, and see if he can take this minor.
Yeah, definitely. Like you would have, everyone has like their kind of totem. Like have hearing that, man. I'm, I'm kind of my heartstrings have been pulled right there, Ali. So really great tidbit of information. But of course, from Ego Rick as well. He just a short recap from round one. There was a bye, so like it was and both of them, like Sequinox and him, had a bye, and he was able to defeat Sequinox round two with a 2-1 score. And and we see here he beat top two Zeliaser. So we have the defeat, or rather the how do you say this? The opponents of the top one and the top two from the Parallel Prime Championship one, right? Thijs and Egorik, they both defeated like the top two players from the previous season. So they're going to be facing it off over the top bracket. But of course, those guys that they have taken down and will be facing each other over at the lower bracket. Let's have a short recap over at the lower bracket. And here we go. Can you give us a short rundown of what happened right here, Muka?
Yeah, so like Ali said, the lower bracket was definitely a tougher go for players that made it down here early. You can see like for Pandapple, didn't get down. He got knocked down towards the end, so not as many games. But look at like the opponent he played, Lambie. Lambie had to do a bunch of games to get to that spot, and then Pandapple was able to get knocked down by Egorik and then take out Lambie and make his secure his spot for the top four. On the other end, LazyGuru on the other side had a similar journey to Lambie, fought all the way through to make it to the top four. So LazyGuru may be suffering from some fatigue, but we'll have to see.
Brutal. Oof.
Yeah, very
Sounds like a
brutal
lot.
indeed. And just a reminder, guys, this is double elimination. Like this is kind of a very very different way or very long way for you to get to this spot. And for those of you who don't know, double elimination means if you go down, like let's think of it this way: you have two lives, right? You have two lives in a double elimination. Like if you get taken down to the lower bracket, you lose one life, and then that's the only life that you have. Of course, you have to like fight over at the lower bracket, climb your way out of hell, and find your way to the upper bracket yet again. Like that's and it's really hard. And these guys, as our production has said a while ago, 9 hours for the lower bracket, 5 hours for the upper bracket. It's a very very big difference. And taking that into account, like Ali, you've been playing pro for other card games, right? And like how hard is it like to face others in the lower bracket as compared to like cruising it over the upper bracket?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mentality when you know you have just one life left, it definitely can stress you out a bit. And I do think that that's where the practiced competitors sometimes really have an edge because, it's not just being a good player, it's how much control you have over your mentality and how much you can keep your cool. You are going to most likely make some mistakes here and there, and how quickly can you recover from them, or not let it get in your head and then further, tilt you, to make more mistakes. So, yeah, I think I mean, so many of these players are great at this point, but it's certainly, a lot more stressful coming from the lower bracket, to say the least.
You know, yeah, I understand you, Ali. Like, there's a lot of stress indeed, and with these kinds of tournaments, there's a lot of preparation for our players. And talk about preparation, we have the deck list ready right now, and we're going to be starting with Pandapple's decks. Let's look at it. So we have the first deck coming from Pandapple with the Sipius deck. Let's give it to Muka to discuss this.
Yeah. So looking at this list, we've seen a lot of Sipius over, last year, and a lot of the core of the deck is largely the same as it usually is. Some things to note that have changed over time. The inclusion of Radiant Legion now to get a bunch of like Cathari Iterant clones pairs well with like the Drusian X-Raider, which is now played more often instead of what we used to see, which is the kill box. Relic removal in here with the Saboteur. Otherwise, for one drops, there's the Reliant Gamma. Sometimes you see the Convergent Princeps, which we have here, and one Gunslinger. So maybe that ends up helping against the Princeps and the Reliant Gammas. You can return with that top deck Gunslinger. Two no snitchings in this list, which is interesting to see. Otherwise, this is very strong. Sippy does what it does best, which is like flood the board, come back, rebuilding its board very fast. So yeah, overall very strong list.
Very strong list indeed. I do love those Radiant Legion cards. Of course, getting a wider board. As if, of course, Sipius doesn't have enough cards to get onto a wider board with those charges. And let's look at the next deck that Pandapple is going to be bringing. So we have here the Neve deck that is going to be discussed by Ali.
Yeah, so Neve's one of those classes that's like pretty darn refined at this point. A lot of these lists are going to look really, really similar. The Neve, this particular one, has 2 collateral damages, going for the relic removal for, pesky Sipiuses or whatever it may be. But everything else is looking, pretty consistent of what we've seen from Neve. Opts for like 3 take it or leave it, to try and get Neve out sooner. Most people have pretty much landed on 2 triumphs of the loss, and yeah, everything else looks pretty, good from what I see here. Only one rummaging researcher and 3 brands expertise. Sometimes you see like a little bit of a different distribution between the card draw there, but for the most part, this looks really good, and I'm excited to see it in action.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see it in action too, because there are some cards that would like personally. I'm a Shroud player. I would have three offs, but Pandapple knows his like he's a pro. Okay, so like this might be one of the inspirations for me to adjust my deck list to fight others. Of course, 2 collateral damages really targets those relic heavy decks like Earthen, Scipius with the high density genetic replicator, and it's a really balanced deck because there's a bunch of 2s, not a lot of 3s. But let's see if Pandapple will be getting those 2 wins with this setup. Let's look at the next deck, and the last deck that's gonna be carried by Pandapple for this matchup. It's gonna be the Cathy deck. Let's go to Muka to discuss this.
Yeah, looking at this Cathy list, Cathy itself has gone through like some evolutions. We used to see 3-drop vehicles. We don't really see too much of those anymore. 3-drops are now the Rummaging Researcher, Catherine's Rallying Cry, and the Saboteurs to deal with the relics. For 2-drops, the Alvaro Interrogator here. We've seen Second Wave Soldier. We've seen Armored Supply Vehicle. So you can see that there's usually a difference and a preference based on what the player does. Even for 1-drops, right? We used to see like Pathfinder a little bit. Now it's just straight gunslingers. So this is a very front-loaded Cathy list. There's the 2 Master Poisoners here. Strong 3-drops that can just like keep the game going or deal with your opponents. Kind of put like you're either like putting a rummaging, drawing a card, and stopping your opponent from wanting to play their rummaging, saboteuring a key relic, or just trying to be aggressive with the rally cry. The only vehicle is the Bloodhound Transport, which pairs really well with any 1-drop, especially the Crimson Fleet Machinist. It's a very, very aggressive start. So all around a very, front-loaded Cathy list, which is what we nowadays see. And it's literally all gas, no brakes. If it does, it can stall once we get to the mid to late game, but that front early game is very crucial and very strong.
Dude, I love this front-loaded Cathy deck that he's carrying. There's no the Victory right here. There's no the Vindicator, like Assault, right? There's not those 3-cost vehicles, big vehicles that are being brought into the play, and like Blood on Transport. That's a Battle Pass card, guys, and it's seeing like a lot of play with our Cathy players, and yeah, kudos to Pandapple for bringing this, and maybe we'll see this in action. But over at the next deck from LazyGuru, let's look at this decks right now, and it's a Neve deck yet again, and let's see how it compares to Pandapple's deck as discussed by Ali.
All right, so I think the only difference in their list here is that there's 1 collateral damage for LazyGuru, while Pandapple had 2, and he swapped it for an Honored Steward. So this list only has this one has 3 Honored Stewards and 1 collateral damage, and then everything else I'm pretty sure is exactly the same. So, going to control pesky boards in the early turns with things like, Neve's Dominion, and work toward, a big bomb on turn 9 with casting effects, relics, all that type of stuff. But yeah, you can see what I mean by, the Neve list is pretty darn tight, and you won't really see much disparity amongst the list from these players.
Yeah, good analysis right there, Ali. Like pointing out, of course, an Honored Steward, like very good card in terms of point removals. But of course, we have yet to see if it's gonna be, if that change is gonna be towards his advantage. And of course, no stitching, the combo with the Honor Steward still works, guys. It still works, considering that there has been some changes with no snitching. So yeah, let's look at the next deck that LazyGuru is gonna be carrying, and it's gonna be the Sippy deck. And since of course Muka has discussed this over at Pandapple's side, let's see how it fares with LazyGuru.
Yeah, once again, very, very few differences between both these players' lists. I see 1 extra Drusian Exorator. I'm trying to find where the other extra card is, because he is not running the no snitchings, which I believe is like literally the only difference.
Mhm.
So there's one more card. Oh, Meritus. I think Meritus is in this
Oh,
list where I
Meritus.
don't think
Yeah.
it was in Pandapples. I'm not sure exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's the difference. But a little more unit centric, but the large, 98% of the deck is the same, just two
Yeah.
card difference, and we'll see how much that plays out. I mean, oh, there's also maybe it's not Meritus, maybe it's Disassembly Swarm, but I don't know.
Yeah.
There's just the no snitchings, which are the main thing. I'm pretty sure it's Disassembly Swarm and one extra X-Rater. Pandapple's probably running the Meritus as well. But yeah,
Mhm.
like just choosing not to run the snitchings for the early game, having the one card removal for Paragons, right? The Assembly Swarm can target Paragons, and just making sure he draws the X-Rater more often than not.
Yeah, just like I like disassembly swarm. So when I play like Atari, like this is the way to remove the paragons, as you said. There's not a lot, or rather, like there's not a lot for big paragon removals, and this is gonna be one of them. And of course, you mentioned as well, Drusian X Raider +2/+1. That's bringing me back to the past year. It has been a problem from facing Siphius, and I'm seeing it right now. So I want to see it how LazyGuru will be using it against Pandapple. So let's look at this next deck right now. Okay, this is the difference. This is the difference that we've seen with LazyGuru's deck. This is the Nehemiah deck that he brought to the table. But of course, let's listen to Ali as to how LazyGuru will be playing this.
Yeah, so this is the difference for this particular tournament with the best of 3 format. But we are no stranger to Nehemiah. We've definitely seen, many iterations of her, in the normal sort of best of 5 format as people's like 4th deck a lot of the time. But one thing, to note is, so 3 relic repurposings. A lot of people are, really focusing on the relic removal, and it works really well in Nehemiah because it, combos well with the other parts of your strategy for the deck and stuff like that. So it's convenient to have that, sort of tech card in there. Solitary Confinement is the other tech card that people are putting in just for some single target removal when it comes to Earthen. And let's see, what else do we have in here? 3 copies of Spores, really, focusing, having maximum AoE potential there. 1 Altar of Gaia. Sometimes you see a little bit of difference there, but he's opting for just 1. And then, of course, got the bombs, the Titan, the Terra, and, the rest looks pretty darn good, and, what we're kind of used to seeing with Nehemiah here. But, yeah, list looks solid.
Definitely looks solid indeed. And of course, this deck actually grows on me.
Grows
So
on
anyway, so with that, guys, you have seen all the decks that they brought to the table. But of course, what are their bans gonna be? That's gonna be like, can you like give us a short, kind of predict? What do you think? Do you think the bans are gonna be for each player? Let's start with Ali.
Well, I already know what they are, so I don't know if I should. 'Cause I'm looking at the site here, so I can let us know, maybe, because I'm cheating if I take a prediction.
Yeah, let's do it. What do we
So
got?
it looks like Pandapple's Kathy was banned, okay?
Oh,
And then
okay.
Lazy Guru's Neve was banned, which makes
Oh.
sense, right? Because with the Scipius, from Pandapple, probably wants to get rid of that. So interesting choice there. Do we like it, guys?
Oh man, I'm thinking like Pandapple. If they both have Neve again, we were discussing a while ago. Like Neve could have a very hard time against Marcolian, like the Cathy deck. So like it's good because for me it's good because it's not the usual bans that we're seeing. How about you guys?
Yeah, I think the Neve ban makes sense for the most part for Pandapple's matches in general. It's probably maybe his strategy for the whole tournament. I'm a little concerned with it just in this matchup because there's also an Earthen, and we've seen Earthen versus Neve. We've had this discussion so many times, Nehemiah versus Neve, and it's not easy for the Neve at all anymore. So that's going to be a tough one. There's 2 tough matchups. Whereas normally if it's like a Sippy, then it's like, oh, you kind of trade and you're fine with it. Lazy Gurus looks a little stronger from here. But on the flip side, we've also seen Nehemiah like get stuck. So
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like even throughout. But I think not banning Scipius Like I said, I don't think that will happen all the time or too much today, just because
Mhm.
everyone is running the relic removals built in.
Yeah, I
Yeah, but
think
how?
that
Yeah, okay.
Pandapple got a little lucky in that, LazyGuru didn't bring Kathy, right? So probably
Mhm,
didn't like need to bring Kathy, so could go for
mhm.
that, kind of counter Neve ban. But it is interesting, leaving the Nehemiah there. Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, definitely. Like, how does it fare, guys? For example, let's look at these matchups. Like how does the Scipius fare against the Markolian or Kathy? Like, what is the like percentage of win rate with that kind of matchup?
Muka, what would
Ooh,
you say for that one?
I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
A lot of it is just how the game goes. Like
Mhm.
on the Kathy side, getting Bloodhound transport with a turn one is very strong against Scipius. And then if you have the Saboteurs, you're largely fine. That's like if I
Mhm.
saw that hand, I'd be like, okay, like he won.
Yeah.
On the other side for the Scipius, Kathy has one bad turn of tempo, not using that energy properly or not getting a lot of aggression. You can
Mhm.
trade very well and then just rebuild board with Triumph, and the
Mhm.
Marco player can't really do anything. So I think it is like pretty even, and it's very dependent on how the first few turns go.
If you are interested, parallelstats.com, shout out to Parallel Stats. It has Scipius winning 51.3% of the time.
Oh,
And so you
Okay.
kind of nailed it in that it's pretty darn close, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
about 50-50.
All right, and with that, it's gonna be the first match with, of course, Neve versus Nehemiah. The first problem that these guys have actually pointed out how it is, or how is it gonna be turning out. Let's take it to our casters, Ali and Muka, with our first match between Pandapple and Lazy Guru.
All right, here we are, folks. Yarla said in our podcast episode, which you should totally listen to, by the way, that the Earthen is actually favored, like slightly now in this dynamic here. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, let's see how the mulligan goes. I mean, for the Nehemiah, right? What are the key cards? It's always like the Steward, getting a Terramech out. Cards like the Armored Support Vehicle pair really well. But the Terra Glider is like usually the one that makes this matchup so hard for Shroud, because you can build so much value and power so fast, and you can do it multiple times, getting more than one unit out. Maybe go for a big power play turns. Like if you can get the Terramech off a Terra Glider or even a Terra, it becomes very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. All
All right.
right.
Let's
Getting
see, what did we get?
got the player cams this time. Love it. Ooh, all right. Lazy Guru is starting strong with a Steward of the Garden. That is what you want to see.
Yeah, Steward of the Garden, it has armored support vehicle, has a allocated provisions with that spores there. Not a bad starting hand. Nothing super powerful, but a very good start. On Pandapple side, no banishes at all so far. Has the Singularity Steward, can pair with the Lord Harv, can go into a scheming maybe to take out like those key cards when they come, like the Terra Glider and maybe the
Oh,
Terramech Shield Titan or something. But yeah.
get lucky. Let's go. So we see Lazy Guru top decking the no snitching for the little steward there, which sometimes you like it's a risk. You don't know if you want to develop that little steward, just how to hold it back for a banish. You can at least get some stats on it, but sometimes you just gotta throw it down and your opponent gets lucky and top stacks the no snitching. But I really like this armored support vehicle against Shroud because being able, if you are going to use the ability, being able to protect a threat or something with, giving something shielded, so an erasure can't just like easily answer it, can be really nice sometimes.
Yeah, and because the Steward still has its effect, Guru can pair that with his Paragon, right? And give Nehemiah shielded. That's really powerful in this matchup.
Yeah, very, very much so. But I will say that Lazy Guru is going to have to find some other stuff here in his hand. I don't know
Yeah.
how far he's going to get with allocated provisions and a no snitching. However, having a no snitching for the rummaging researcher is certainly nice, because if you get your own, you don't
Oh.
want to trigger them drawing cards. But that is pretty brutal. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
The Tioli always finds its way to be like, did you need a bank? Maybe not right now.
Well, hang on a second. Technically, we can get Nehemiah down,
Yes.
right?
I think that's
So
what he's gonna opt to do it this way. He's just gonna bank his uh he's gonna not bank the snitching and then get his Nehemiah out. Still be able to silence the rummaging, but Nehemiah will have shielded. Not too bad, but also like, it's nice to have allocated. It is kind of crucial for the Nehemiah list. So him not having it right now is okay, but he will need to find another one soon to combo with the rest of his cards, like the Terror Gliders and the Rummagings.
yeah. But that shielded Nehemiah is pretty scary. Let's see, is there an answer for it? Not currently. I mean, we see a no
No.
snitching there, but that can't target it anymore. And no erasures. And now that it's got the shielded, Pandapple's gonna have to find like a life siphon plus erasure or something along those lines to get through this. Because Honored Steward also can't target it anymore. So a not so great hand from LazyGuru might be carried a little bit by the strength of this Nehemiah.
Yeah. What is going well for Pandapple though is that he was able to combo Harf with the Tioli and use the treacherous scheming to remove the Steward of the Garden, which may not seem like much, but the big thing is that now Lazy Guru has to immediately bank what he draws. He's going to have a wasted turn because he can't bank that Tioli. That's where it's going to come to hand. And he also is able to snitch the armored support vehicle, and that doesn't have defender anymore, so it doesn't have a lot of attack. So not the best play for Pandapple in terms of getting advantage, but he's definitely slowing down the advantage that Guru has, which is really, really good here.
Yeah, I mean, LazyGuru's like best draw would be researcher or just some form of card draw
Hmm.
here because it is going to be pretty darn difficult to win off the top. And that's kind of what we saw from Earthen for so long, right? Before it got more consistent card draw. It's just like you can't really play cards off the top against Neve a lot of the time and expect to get there. So he needs
Yeah,
to
but
find
Guru
some
decides
researchers.
not. He didn't bank. He's this, and he hits
Oh,
face with Nehemiah. He is down to race with Pandapple. He's like, I will race you for face, and let's see what you can do to stop me.
I mean, I like it. I think this is like adaptability, I mean, it's like kind of feels really darn bad to not bank, but I think you got to work with what you got, and laying down the caretaker rather than whiffing the turn feels better. So I like
Yeah,
it.
he's just gonna push like another 13 damage possibly to face. That's a lot. Oh my god, and hits a
Oh,
formidable? Okay.
oh,
Now
okay.
now we're talking some stuff happen. He might not bank again.
That that's pretty wild. If he can take this win without having banked since like what turn 3 or something, that
Yeah,
that would be crazy.
this is
Um,
going to be insane.
but it's not quite there yet, even with the
Yeah.
formidable. It's close, but I think what we're shy 4 damage or so here, with
Yes.
the cast of the formidable. So, could just find another one at some point, but
I don't
that's
think
gonna be
he's gonna
tough.
bank. I think he's deciding if he just kills Harf and plays the formidable or just waits a turn, but I think he's literally gonna hit he is planning to race for face. He does not care.
I think you got to commit at this point and just go face.
Yeah.
I think you're like
Yeah.
switching your game plan if you try and clear here.
He might just clear the okay, yeah, he's going face. He's just gonna wait a turn and play the formidable. He's just
Yeah.
going all in. Pandeful hasn't drawn another Vanish card. I mean, he has another Schemings that can stop this, but that won't stop him from dying. Like, he doesn't have enough damage to clear any units right now that are, pummeling his face.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Not an average game by any means at all. And I
Doesn't
believe
bank.
there's probably 3 copies, I will check real quick, of Formidable in here. Yeah, so he
Yes.
just needs to find another one, and the thing is
Oh,
like Neve doesn't really have defenders. Like I don't think there's a lot of options to sort of like stop this damage.
yeah.
Okay, and Honored Steward gets picked up there. Scheming, he's got to want to cast that scheming pretty
But you
fast,
can't
right?
do both. He can't do
Wow.
both. So he goes for the Steward to remove, and he'll be able to trade into the Nehemiah. But we have what? 7 damage. That'll put him down to 2. 2, 4,
It's gonna
6
be
plus 1.
1. Oh no, let's see. I mean, is he really gonna throw everything? I guess so.
Yeah, and he snitched his honored steward so that the unit can't come back, but he's thrown everything at it. This is still going to be game.
We
The
got
formidable is going to give him
6, 8,
game.
9. Yeah. Wow.
2 turns of no banking. He finds the path and just pushes in a ton of damage and is just going to win by turn 5.
We'll take those, Muka.
Yeah. I'll take those. We usually do not get these kind of
No,
matches.
we
So I'll
don't.
take on multiple fronts. This is crazy to see. Yeah, I applaud LazyGuru for playing this path. Like very high risk, high reward. Just went all in. That armored support vehicle giving shielded. Had to give him enough confidence to push. You can see Pandapple's face being like, "Oh my god, I cannot believe that I'm just losing my first game this way."
See, I feel like these games sometimes, like your gut is saying one thing, but logic is like, am I really not going to bank a card right now?
Yeah.
You know, like you have to go through that mental process of adapting to the situation. And I hats off to LazyGuru because I think a lot of people, would see that caretaker and really want to play it, but like the normal mode of thought is like, oh, but I'm just not going to be able to win this if I don't bank. So, good job, LazyGuru. You did great. It worked out.
Yeah.
Got you there.
Game 1. That is
Easy
crazy.
clap. Let's go.
So that's what I was saying. I was kind of worried about the Nehemiah because there's 2 good matchups for Earth in here, or decent
Mhm.
matchups. It wasn't as like kind of free. I felt like you at least ban maybe the Kathy, so Pandapple might be in trouble now. But like I said, the Kathy list from LazyGuru was very, very front loaded, so it can stall. There is a chance that it double stalls and Pandapple still gets the win.
Yep, for sure. Hallelujah, folks.
Do we
Gotta get
want to
in.
know how Pandapple set up his? I don't want to know.
No.
I don't think I want to know what he's working on right now to like get this up and running. But shout out to him for getting the game on. But
Just
yeah,
fingers crossed that it works here. I think
this
he maybe
screen is scaring me already. Like they're still connecting, so it might be like a slow drip. We might have to stall the mulligan. We might have to,
okay. Looks like we're getting into it. Yeah, I believe
yeah.
he switched to his laptop, so hopefully should be fine. But yeah. Hopefully we get an epic game out of it to justify the wait time here.
Yeah, Kathy for Scipius for LazyGuru. Pandapple locking in the Neve once again. He's ready to run it back. It was not it was just a fluke. The Earthen game was just a fluke. The Neve does have a good matchup against Scipius in general. We already see 2 Neve's Dominion, which is very, very strong in this matchup. So
Yeah.
looking much better for Pandapple so far out the gate.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the time it just comes down to if you've got those dominions or not. I mean, obviously using them correctly here, but especially if you've got 2, you can be a little, flexible with, throwing one out, not being too stressed about having the backup. Looks like he decides to favor the keeping both the dominions and the collateral damage for
Yep.
potential high density replicator, and also keeping the Stewie. Like I love Void Trapper, to put down on 2, especially because he's probably not going to want to throw out these dominions next turn. We'll see, but you can get that steward to be pretty sizable if comboed with the dominions. So we'll see
This is
if
the
he can
second
pull
time in a
that
row
off.
that we see like a player like bank to like set up a play or set up like how they want to play the game, and then just
Yep.
immediately draw like take it or leave it,
Yep.
and be like, all right, was this your plan? Well, let's change that a little bit. But you can see Pandapple has now banked both of his units. He's gonna rely on these dominions to carry him through the game. Already using one to remove the Reliant Gamma.
Yeah.
So
Look,
yeah.
I think that's a smart play. Like that would be such an easy thought tree of being like, man, am I blowing one of these just too early here? But I feel like with that Reliant Gamma growing, like it's just gonna get annoying. So I think I like putting it down. Just
Yeah.
got a
I'm
backup plan.
surprised Pandapple didn't start the game playing the steward because
Yeah, me too.
there aren't any no snitchings in Guru's deck.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I'm
interesting
surprised by
decision.
that as well. Um, I suppose he's just thinking maybe he wants to get value, but or okay, wound up banking it. That's having it as a bank target is useful. But
Yeah,
Brand's expertise is a really nice pickup there for Pandapple.
for sure. letting him get more cards into the hand and catch up for going first. A lot of players, like you saw here, will accept the kickback and allow their opponent to draw a card because, especially if you're going first, because it kind of equalizes. Not it doesn't fully equalize, but you're catching up to the lost momentum from not drawing turn one.
Right. That makes sense. All right, let's see.
He's just gonna double expertise,
I
full
love it.
churn. He might
Fine.
even make. I don't know. Does he make Guru draw again so he mills one?
Um,
He is.
wow.
Guru's maxed out on hand. One will be going straight to the waist.
Shouldn't be too bad. I mean, there's enough. I don't know if there's anything. I suppose like what would be the worst burn here, like a triumph, but you've already got one backed up. We'll see what gets burned here.
Tabula
Okay,
rasa.
tabula, not too
That's
bad.
that's
All
probably
things
one of the better
considered.
ones if you had to lose something.
Yeah. So he's got access to 3 energy here. Decides to develop the high density replicator. Let's see, he's got space for developing another 1 drop here after a bank.
Yeah,
Choosing
I
what he
think.
wants to get rid of.
Yeah, it's a tough decision, and he just goes for the attack while he's thinking right now.
Yeah.
But he wants to get that Princept out. You can bank the Subjugate, the Standard Bearer, maybe the Drusian, which is what he goes for. Uh, you don't want to get rid of like the small pieces as much because they line up well. So he banked the Drusian, which is a 5 cost, but then he also has a 5 cost lineup with the Standard Bearer plus one of these 3 drops or Triumph, right? So he's good. Oh, and he just draws another Drusian.
Here's the thing. I sometimes think when you make the right bank decision,
You get
the
it back.
game rewards you, and you're
Yeah,
like, okay, I made the right choice. It's
yeah.
just a mental thing. But
No, I
also
totally agree.
you agree? Like it's
Yep.
that's how I feel when I'm playing. But also you can find a tabula, for the Drusian on 5 or something like that. You can set it up here. But I think you're right. You want to be favoring keeping these small units to lay down the threatening boards and then just keep refilling them. But man, this Singularity Steward is going to get pretty sizable
Yeah,
from that Dominion there. 6-4.
that was a very strong Dominion, making Guru have to think about how he wants to play his turn out, maybe a bit differently.
Yeah, I'm trying to think here. I mean, there's definitely not an answer to this Stewie right now. The Magna can only do 3 damage no matter what now because it's been changed, right? But
Yep.
not like he has the 2+3 anyway. That would have worked. So he could put the Praetor down. Wow. Looks like he's gonna go
Going for the
Subjugate.
Subjugate. Subjugate slightly buff up the board, make multiple threats in case something gets banished. Also filling up his waist for Triumph for the next turn. If he
Yeah, I
mills
think
some good
he's
units here, he's good.
He's just building a good triumph board, right?
Yep.
Putting as many little threats on the board. He knows it's going to get banished and that type of stuff, but just setting up for a good turn 5. There's already been some stuff added to the waste there, so this looks decent. But of course, banishing does not add to the waste, so that's one of the annoying things in this particular matchup for sure.
Yeah, looking at Pandapple now, I think we're gonna see relic removal and maybe a banish.
Yeah,
That
and
might
the
be the.
triumph of the loss picked up
Oh
for
yeah,
when that Triumph of Europa does come down, that'll be, a potential nice option there to seal that.
there we go.
Okay.
Collateral damage is going to hit the high density genetic replicator, send it to the waste, and I think we just see a straight erasure on Asian Subjugate.
Face? What do you think?
I
Yeah?
don't know. Yeah, it's 8 damage.
I don't know. 8 damage is pretty
I
significant.
think so. Like trades. Oh man.
Oh,
I think like once you hit a certain damage threshold, you just hit face. I don't know. That's
yeah,
me.
I think so
Because like
too.
your opponent's gonna just trade into it anyways, more often than not. Like you are doing their job for them. Arguably, there
Mhm.
are cards that like are rough to see. He's already used to 2 Dominion, so maybe if he saw a poisoner, he'd be a bit upset, or something along those lines. So he opts
Exactly.
instead to go and just traded a little bit for security. But yeah, Pandapple is already at 12 health because of those Dominions, so it is getting a little scary.
Yeah, we'll see if that winds up being relevant, but I do think that can happen a lot of time to players. Like when you're playing something that could function more as a control deck, you maybe stay in that mindset a little
Yeah.
too long. I mean, it depends, but
If
with
Pandapple
both
can't stop him,
Dominions.
by the way, this is game. If
Sorry, wait,
Pandapple
say it
can't
again.
stop, if Pandapple can't stop the board right now, this is game because you have the Drusian.
Yeah,
You can get it. You can even if it gets scheming, you can tabula it. He has
yeah, you're
enough
right. That
energy
is
to do it.
definitely enough damage on the board.
Yeah, Guru just putting like he's drawn the aggro dream with decks that normally, I mean, Scipius does do it, but putting on quick, you know, I don't know how to word it, but he's making these games fast.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, you got. I mean, he's doing the math, he's got to take the X-Rater, but not yoinking the Triumph feels terrible. I mean, we see that there's a Dominant in there too. That's going to get a couple of extra damage here. 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah,
9 with Domina. Oh, he's got the
he's
other
just going. He's
Drusian. Yeah.
yep. He's got the one in his bank.
Yep.
He just tabulas it, gets it, and just hits face. That'll be game.
Well,
Lazy's
folks.
like, well, I know you set up your another PC setup, Pandapple, but I just got to get the win.
I mean that you want those as LazyGuru. You just want easy mental games getting through it. I mean that was pretty darn quick. Wow. I
That was a
wonder
lot.
if
Yeah.
using I mean, I was kind of praising the play of using the Dominion early. I wonder if it was worth being a little bit greedier. I think
I
that
felt like they were a little early. Like if he was already thinking about dominioning when he saw 1 health, then he should have just played his steward like turn 1
right.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
and
I
started
think
scaling
that's
that.
valid for sure.
Dude, like that was a fast match again. And you know what? What's like the clincher, of course, Drusian X-Rater,
Yeah.
which has haunted me from those glory days of Scipius. Like the 5 cost that's like has been lost for a while. It's now making a comeback through the
Yeah.
form of LazyGuru bringing it back, man. So, well, kudos to LazyGuru for getting that 2-0 and Pandapple. And I mean, we're gonna be seeing him in future tournaments most probably. And even though like he's had like a good run with the upper bracket, going down to lower bracket for this time, not gonna be moving forward and facing the possible player who actually put him down there. But yeah, still kudos to Pandapple for getting those points, and you know getting to play again, of course, possibly in the next tournaments. And you know, looking back at the bracket right now, here we have LazyGuru going in with the 2-0. And Pandapple is gonna be out for this tournament. That means LazyGuru is gonna be waiting for the one who is gonna be winning in the upper bracket. Like, dude, guys, like, I'm gonna be asking you this, right? This is gonna be like simple for
They're never
the match,
simple.
right? Yeah, this is gonna be simple, man. But yeah, of course, before we go forward to the next question, of course, for our casters, Thijs and Egorik is gonna be the next match. And for those of you guys who think you know Egorik, I haven't been able to find out who he is so far. But Thijs, we all know Thijs, the ever so kind of wonderkind of TCGs, digital
No wonder.
TCGs.
Funny. I love that.
Yeah.
That's accurate. Sure.
Yeah, very accurate, right? It's like I was thinking, like, oh, yeah, he's probably a winner kid. It's like he just goes into to Hearthstone, a lot of wins. Goes into parallel now, getting a lot of wins as well, like destroying some of the big players as well along the way. And he's right here. But Egorik, I haven't found Egorik, man. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I've been trying to do the sleuthing, the research, and you know we're gonna be seeing him first time on camera, and you know this is gonna be kind of also a good surprise. But some info from our players, Egorik has been playing for quite some time now. It's like we've seen him over different tournaments, and this is gonna be his big break, possibly to get that top 16 spot or that assured spot for the majors. But anyway, okay. So, guys, let's do a quick rundown of what happened during the previous match. Right, Lazy Guru went in with a 2-0. Like, what was his edge? Do you think that he made that quick run? Was it the bands? Was it his preparation? Ali, what do you think?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like those games happen pretty quickly. So
Mhm.
I feel like the cards just kind of worked out pretty well for him. I don't know if it was necessarily about prep or the decks per se, but I will bring us back to that first match. I
Mhm.
really got to hand it to him in that, you know, normal mode of thought is skipping a bank is catastrophic, right? You
Yeah.
almost never do that. And he was able to make the call and adapt and say, I think this is probably my best shot to win. I'm going to develop the caretaker. I'm going to whiff banking for a couple of turns and just go for the aggro plan. And it got him
Mhm.
there. So I really think it was just his adaptability and skill. He knew what he needed to do to take that match. And then in the last game there, I think one definitely had a strong Scipius hand, kept
Mhm.
laying down the threats. I think he did a good job there. I do think, we mentioned it just a moment ago,
Yeah.
Pandapple's use of the dominions, like I think there was a little bit of strange play there, like didn't play the
Yeah.
steward. It could have been right, but there might have been something, a different outcome if he had maybe made a little bit of different choices in the early games. So yeah, I think that's kind of how it went down. But I think the bands generally made sense, and the decks are solid. So yeah, my
How about you,
analysis.
Mukalik?
That was, I
I
mean,
mean,
she
thank you for
got it
that.
all. She got
Thank
most.
you
She
for that.
got,
Thank you for that, man. Thank you for
yeah,
that. I would like to acknowledge that Ali actually put in on a good insight regarding that question, and Muka
yeah.
is actually like, do you concur?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think Ali
Yeah.
nailed it.
Yeah.
Lazy Guru did step up in that first game and made a tough call, and it could have backfired, but it worked out for him, and he got the win. Uh,
Mhm.
you know, he Pandapple just wasn't able to draw like really any banishes at the times that he needed
Yeah.
them,
Yeah.
and that armored support vehicle came in clutch to protect the
Yes.
Nehemiah if there was one. Um, and then the second game, yeah, I think Pandapple maybe slight misplay. I don't want to label it as a misplay, but not
Mhm.
enough tempo gained from the double
Yes.
back-to-back Dominion, I think is the main thing. And it didn't really put him anywhere. He was kind of like falling behind as he was doing the Dominions. The second one stronger, but the first one didn't really do too much. Something that a job that a Life Siphon could do ended up having to use a Dominion over.
That's
Um,
right.
I still kind of question Pandapple's ban a
Yeah.
little bit, banning the
Yeah.
Neve.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
But yeah,
Yeah.
valid.
aside from that, I think they both kind of like played well. There's no issues on that front. Some high risk plays from both sides, and Guru made it out. He still has to verse whoever loses in this next match, so it's not a straight. He's not. I'm sure he's not celebrating yet.
That's right. That's right. Lazy Guru is probably going to be watching this next match, of course, over the upper bracket because he's going to be waiting for that guy that will be facing him. And I would agree with you guys. Like turn one play, that's just mostly Shroud players. Like going to be the target. I think he was thinking of the possibility that Singularity Steward would get snitched, right? So and no snitching, and it would be rendered helpless. But yeah, I mean, you, it's a question of does the when you're playing TCGs, does the opponent have the answer, and you would take that risk, like just put it down, just lay it down, and then take it all over to the next turn. And if
I
he
don't think
doesn't have
Guru
it,
was running
then yeah.
snitchings though, so I
Oh
think it
wow,
was
yeah,
just maybe like muscle memory to like
yeah, muscle
make sure
memory.
it has value. But yeah,
That's
I'm
right.
double checking. He did not run any.
Oh yeah, he's the guy who didn't have no snitching, and of course, Pandapple had one, right?
He had two in his Scipius,
Yeah, two. Yeah,
and
two.
they both had it in their Neves. But
Yes,
yeah, like there was none from Guru, which I
yeah,
think
not from Guru.
it might have been just muscle memory trying to get
Yeah,
value
that's
out
right.
of it.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you hate to see it. It didn't work
yeah,
out for him. But shout out to Guru. I mean, the win is a win, and he got that first
yeah.
game definitely showed that he deserved the win in that set.
That's right. That's right. And with that, we're gonna be going for the next match. Who will be possibly facing Lazy Guru? Let's look at the upper bracket decks right now from our players. And for the first deck that we're gonna be watching, oh, okay, I think Egorik is gonna be kind of incognito with this profile picture, but of course, for the first deck, it's gonna be Neve, and let's have Ali discuss this Neve deck.
Yeah, so I think this might be the exact list from Pandapple, one or the other. I'm not quite sure here, but prioritizing 2 collateral damages again. Looks like a couple rummaging researchers and 3 brands expertise. Let's see if there's anything else that looks different. 2 Triumph of the Lost. Again, that's what seemingly people are doing there. Still prioritizing, disruption with 3 schemings. And of course having, all your dominions and stuff like that. But yeah, this is looks pretty good and very similar to our previous 2 competitors. Go on to the next.
Yep, to the next deck, it's gonna be another deck that Egorik is gonna be carrying. It's gonna be Catherine, and with this Marcoling deck, what do you think about this deck, Muka?
I see literally 0 difference from the list I covered last with Catherine in the last set. I'm pretty sure it's the same exact list. Just to reiterate, the Bloodhound Transport synergizes really well with the Crimson Fleet Machinist. The 2-drop here is the Alvaro Interrogator as the main driver. No vehicles in the 3 drops. There's just the Rummaging Researcher, the Saboteur, and the Catherine Rallying Cry. 2 Master Poisoners. It is a very, very front-loaded Cathy list. All gas, no brakes. That's always what I feel like saying when I see this list of Cathy. So it either gets a ton of pressure and just wins the game, or it kind of stalls out and will have trouble towards the end.
Yep, all gas, no brakes. And let's look at the next deck that Egorik is going to be bringing. It's going to be a Scipius deck. What do you think about this deck, Ali?
All right, so differences from previous one. The 1 Drusian Exorator, when we saw a couple in the last match there. Let's see what else. Couple Saboteurs for the Relic Destruction. Everything else looks pretty normal. There is no Meritus in this list. Prioritizing 3 Recruiters for the card draw. But yeah, looks pretty standard, and we can move on to the next.
Yep, no snitching as well with 2 for Egorik, but Thijs is going to be bringing in another Scipius deck, or rather, a Scipius deck of his own. Let's see the difference right now. Care of Muka.
Yeah, a little bit different in that he's playing 3 Scipion Praetor. Normally, you only see 1 copy nowadays with not nowadays, but with the list that we've seen so far in this tournament. 1 Master Poisoner. There's the 1 Drusian Exorator. No Meritus. And let's see, triple Recruiter. The 1-drops are stacked. 2 Princeps, 3 Gamma, 3 Striker, and only 1 copy of No Snitching. So, the stacking of how many cards to bring is a little bit different, but the same overall skeleton.
Yep, definitely. And Thijs is going to be playing this Scipius deck. It depends on the bands, but of course, the next one is going to be... It is a Neve deck yet again. And let's see the difference right now with Ali.
So, the only thing that's really standing out to me that's minor, but I've always called attention to, is how incredible of a Void Trapper is. And most of the time, people are only playing 2. And Thijs actually has put 3 Void Trappers in there. So, I find that a little different than some previous ones. But all else looks the same. Oh, interesting. He actually only goes for 1 Triumph of the Lost.
That's right.
Huh. Yeah, so, okay, Thijs is actually shaking it up. Like, it's minor, but in general, shaking it up, I think, than most other Shroud players. Because you would think with the Triumph, it's so good for the Neve being the 5 cost, but he opts just for 1 there. And, let's see, only 1 collateral damage, too. So, yeah, those are some of the small changes, but, overall, same strategy.
I see what you did there, Ali. It may be minor, but it is definitely a possible major change that can get him the edge. But let's see how he does it. Let's look at the next deck that he's going to be bringing. Oh, it's going to be another Cathy deck. Let's listen to Muka on what is the difference between this and Egorik's decks.
Yeah, so this is a bit of what we used to see some players do. I think it's still kind of mixed. Vindicator Rapid Assault Vehicle is the 3-cost vehicle here. And that is taking the place of Rummaging. There are no Rummaging Researchers in this build.
Ooh.
2 Saboteurs, and 3 Catherine's Rallying Cry. So the same ratios, just no rummaging. And for the 2-drop, we have exchanged the Alvaro that we've been seeing so far today with the second wave Soldier. Adds a little bit more card draw, pairs well with Catherine's Rallying Cry. Aside from that, there are 3 PS8 launchers, where the other builds we only saw one. Only one Master Poisoner in this build. The 1-drops are stacked out. The 3 Gunslingers being the extra than what we normally see. It's always Machinist, it's always Bannerman, it's always Trooper. And the last one usually gets, sometimes you bring only 2 copies of the extra 1-drop, maybe you bring 3, but and it can change from time to time, but it is Gunslinger nowadays. A bit of a different twist. We'll see how the Vindicator does with its nerf. It lost 1 attack and people mostly ended up dropping it in exchange for the Bloodhound. We'll see how much that actually matters going into this match.
Yes, and with that, of course, we might see the return of VRAV, and of course, the second wave soldier. Really interesting tech coming from Thijs. But of course, the bans are in. Let's see the bans from Thijs and Egorik. Oh man, I'm interested as to what bans are going to be having. Oh, look at that. It
Double
seems that both
Marco.
of these guys, the Marcos, are banned, and they're going to be having like kind of a mirror, so to
Yeah,
speak,
mirror
with
match.
both Neves and both Sivius. What do you think about this matchup? Like, which one is going to be first? Like, like, let's go through the the mindset here and go to Coach Muka. Coach Muka, right?
I
Which one are you going to be
wonder.
starting with?
Yeah. Oh, what are they going to be starting with? That's
Yes.
anyone's game. I don't.
Yeah.
This one is actually. I don't have a prediction for what they could be starting with. I think it can go either way for both players. But these decks are both very strong at what they do, and they both have good matchups against each other in the mirror match or against the other deck. So that's kind of just whatever their comfort is. What immediately came to my mind though is Thijs's Sipius list has the triple Praetor, and I'm curious how much of an effect that has in the matchup.
How about you, Ali? Like with this, with this matchup, okay, we're just speculating a while ago, and we already started the match with a Neve mirror, and with that, of course, we're going to be passing it over to our casters, Ali and Muka, with this first or the matchup. It's not Pandapple versus LazyGuru. It is Thijs versus Egorik. Ali and Muka, take it away.
Yeah, so we got a true mirror here, guys. I think when it comes down to the Neve mirror, a lot of the time it's like the player who Neves first is at a pretty significant advantage. One thing actually to note though, because my next point was going to be like stabilized shard can be helpful, right? Like, if you're in energy ahead, you can get your Neve down sooner and make stronger plays, of course. And I think that Egorik doesn't have shard. Unless I'm losing my mind, I don't see stabilized shard in his list, and
Oh,
Thijs
that's a big
definitely
thing.
does. So that's actually I think quite unusual, right? Most Neves play
Yes.
shard.
Yeah, definitely a bit unusual there. I always ask you this question when the Shroud mirror matches happen, but when it's a double Neve, are there any favorite cards that you're mulliganing for? We saw Thijs go for mostly units. Egorik was thinking about keeping a Dominion, but ended up doing a full mulligan, didn't keep like a Brand's Expertise. Was he also looking for units?
Yeah, I think the logic is, I love to get a shard early, but I think it's about applying the pressure, like void trappers and stuff like that, which we know Thijs has 3 of. Like I think you just want to be going for tempo, laying the pressure on, because that way when you do actually get to your Neve, your opponent is on such of a back foot. So I don't know. One of them is gonna wind up being the aggressor and the more of the control, and I think I'd rather be the aggressor in the dynamic. I think.
Okay, that
So.
makes a lot of sense. Thijs has the 2 drops. I think it's cool that they both have Harf, so
Mhm.
they can cancel out each other. But they're mirroring right now. Both players played agent, clear out each other's agents. Thijs follows up with the Baron, can follow up with a rummaging after. Egorik, maybe you just go for the Void Trapper and also keep the same scale of 2-cost units. But it looks like these guys are just going to be battling it out for now.
Yeah, I think that you have to factor in card advantage too, of course, and so that researcher is definitely a nice pickup. for Thijs going first here. That was also going to be another analysis, like person who goes first. I mean, like with Tioli in the game, I mean, I guess it isn't quite as significant. And sometimes with Shroud, I feel like the card advantage is more important. So sometimes you almost want to go second, but in this situation here, I'm not quite sure. But I think the researcher pickup is really good for him.
Yeah, I agree. Egorik is going to have a pretty strong turn when he goes next because he has the erasure, he has the brand's expertise. With that Harf, you can play them both on at the same time and get a lot of value from it while protecting his Harf. I think that all works out pretty well together.
Yeah. Yeah, this Harf is actually doing work. The fact that he can get 2 things going
Yep.
this turn is pretty darn huge. Gonna start out with the draw. Good player. Draw first. We love to see it. I'm not gonna pay the kickback. Probably smart. Yeah, I mean, fortunately for Thijs, like, I mean, he doesn't really have any effects in the hand right now, so the Harp's not doing anything too crazy to, like, disrupt him. But
Mhm.
again, being able to draw and get erasure off this early, I think is very significant. Oh my god, and he's actually got a no snitching too. That was actually just like the dream
A lot
right
of
there.
value. A lot of value
Yeah.
in one turn. This Harf gave a very, very good start for Egorik. Thijs still not out, but Egorik at slowing the game down, like slowing a lot of Thijs's plays down for sure.
God, do you ever just like, oh no, sorry, that's not an erasure. I got excited for a second. Like, that's just an expertise.
I think he's gonna 2+2. Harf and Trapper, I think, is Thijs's play.
Yeah, I like that. I think mana efficiency usually a lot in these early turns is
Yeah.
probably going to be the best value you can get. So I like developing both. Does he punch it though? I
I probably
wonder.
would have punched the Harf because then the Harf can't like do any shady thing by punching the other Harf and
Exactly.
like life siphoning or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tend to agree there. I'm actually really surprised we didn't see a little bump into the harv.
Yeah. Can we talk about Egorik's camera setup? This man is incognito AF. Like it is cameras pointed towards the ceiling. I don't even what
Okay, it is a lot. I thought for a second there it might have been a picture because he's just not moving like at all.
he's playing
Uh,
poker.
he's
He
playing
came to the wrong event.
That's so true. Matrix style with the glasses, I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, look, a lot of these players, like, wanna be more on the anonymous side, I
Yep.
totally get it, so I think this is a fairly good fix. As long as the glasses don't mess up your visual of your
Yeah.
screen, I think you're in good
You're
shape.
playing a shroud matchup, everything's already a little bit darker.
Yeah,
Hopefully he doesn't
exactly.
mistake a card for another card, but no, not at this level of play. I think we're gonna be fine. I just, it's just like opposite ends of the spectrum with Thijs. A very well known,
Yep.
very I don't know if the word transparent, but like he's not hiding anything or whatever. And then
Yeah.
Egorik playing. These guys are playing. This is it's from like a TV show.
Yeah, for sure.
The
So
setup.
I believe we saw an erasure there, and like with 3 really. Oh wait, hang on a second. Was the Baron snitching? Yeah, it was. So it
Yes.
was just interesting to see like the choice of threat, which one to take out, and like the Void Trapper scary. Void Trapper, a lot of value. So I guess he came to the conclusion that little bit scarier than the Harv.
Yep.
Let's see.
Thijs here
Uh,
though can get a strong turn. I mean, he can draw with the expertise and then draw with the rummaging. He could also swing both units into the hearth, which it looks like what he's going to do. And then you can still draw from the expertise, but it's much cheaper now, right? It's half, and can make his play from there. Maybe even play the steward also. Draws into the eclipsed fate, which is going to be really valuable if it can go off at a key point in this game.
so this is the turn that I think that things are actually shifting for Tice here because he has the board. He's also getting like card draw to the hand, getting a lot more options and on an empty board, right? So for a minute there, with the really good harf play from Egorik on 3, it was looking like he was in better shape. But at this point in time, I think Tice is now in control of this game.
Yeah, I agree. He won't use all the energy that he got, but his hand the next few turns looks very strong. Egorik does have disruption though with the scheming. He can draw more with the Wong, even though we know that can get answered. So I don't know if he wants to play like a singular card. But other than that, what else are you doing? Playing Trapper and Malia?
Ooh, this is interesting. Yeah, I agree. I feel like if you're just going for the Wong, you're just
Could be a
opening yourself
Dominion
up to like
turn.
an easy erasure, right? I know. I'm
Yeah.
thinking erasure, or sorry, Dominion's gonna do 3 damage to the board. It gives more juice to your Malia, but it's not that strong of a play. I don't know. What really sets you up the best here? Oof.
I mean, you can see that he's also thinking it's not a good spot to be in for sure. I'm leaning towards Dominion, and then you have the Malia to follow up with it if you need to later. Could even go for the Triumph of the Lost, depending on Tice's play next turn. It's not
Yeah,
the best. It's not the worst.
mm. The other option was just throwing out a scheming and just
Yeah,
seeing what you could snipe. I mean, but I do think that how much damage was on the board there? 5? Like 5
yeah.
poke damage, like that's gonna stack.
Hmm.
So granted you take damage in order to get rid of it, so but then you juice your Malia. But yeah, that was not an easy turn. Nothing felt really that great there.
Yeah. Oh, Banks the Eclipse Fate, 6 energy. I was leaning towards for Tice playing the Wong, and then you can Tioli out a shard if you want to, and then bank whatever. But he's gonna really value the Tioli to get the Neve fast, which is also good. It works. But he'll get double draw with rummaging here, which is very strong. And then he can
Hang on a
decide
second.
how
Did
he
he
wants to
just
play.
he did bank the or hang on a second. Did he bank the Adira or have I
He
got that
no,
flip flop? No, there was no Adira get banked there.
I don't know, man. Why am I forgetting what he banked? But he did do bank immediately first. Probably should have banked after drawing the uh rummagings first. Maybe
Yeah.
a bit ahead of himself there.
So he does decide to develop the shard, which I do like. Of course,
Yep.
that does leave it susceptible to getting copied with the Triumph of the Lost. But and then I suppose it's even Stevens. If both players have the shard developed until one of them finds a collateral damage or
Yeah.
something like that. Hmm. So you could play the Adir here, and if you really wanted to, you could siphon it yourself. If you didn't want to really
Wanted to
risk
get
it getting
banished.
banished, but I suppose that's actually not that
Still
relevant
going
unless
for
you're
it.
playing New Dawn.
Yeah.
See? Alright,
You
what's
see
it gonna be?
Tice. Tice is getting prepared. What is it gonna get? What's gonna get hit? Nothing too crazy. The Void Trapper is good value. Another unit on board, but not a game breaking or a game changing card.
True, still annoying, but,
Hmm.
nothing too insane. But interesting decided to not go went for the Adir instead of the Triumph, but let's see if what Tice gets here. Maybe he'll get his own Triumph and he can okay. Hmm. Well, there's only 1 turn away until the Neve. There's only 2
Yes.
cards in the waste, so it's not that juiced. So I would probably wanna maybe just get an erasure down, something like that. Um, you have
Yeah,
a
you can
siphon
Erasure
for
and
the Adira.
Wong,
Mhm.
or Erasure Wong. You can Honored Steward and Erasure, and then snitching your Honored Steward, so that if you get
Actually,
Triumph, that might be
I
strong.
I quite like that. I like the development of the 4/4. I think that is laying down a threat. So with the Tioli, he could like siphon the Adira, then play the Steward and snitching
He's
it
just going
plus.
for the
Oh
Neve.
my gosh, he's just gonna go for the Neve now.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see. Hits a Convergent Aegis first. Hits another Convergent Aegis. He could have given. They both have shielded. I don't know if that will matter.
Uh gosh, I don't really see that very often.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bloodhound.
Do you like this? I mean, I mean, we said it like the first person that usually needs like they're in a really good
Yeah.
position, so I think so, but it's not that big, but he's already at 22. So it's just scary because once you pop your knee, if they get through it, like you're like, oh man, I just like I don't have it anymore, you know? Um, but he was able to lay it down and also have the attack to take out the Adira. So
Yeah, he's probably thinking maybe he has enough removal and pressure to keep cycling. He just wants to get the Neve in now because it forces Egorik to deal with it in like non-opportune ways.
okay, going for the scheming.
Take the Wong immediately. Can't use
Yeah.
it this turn though, and it's corrupted. You might just double scheming here.
See how much damage does this Malia have? It's got,
I think 4?
let's see where these decide to go. Wow. I mean, I think that Thijs might have, this was a good decision because you can see here, like this is
Yeah, just
not
4.
an answer by any means at all. We've got 8,
Yeah.
9, 10 damage on the board right now.
10 damage, 2 banishes still, can buff a steward. Yeah, this is still strong for Thijs. He's just trying to figure out how to effectively do it without, like, wasting resources.
Well, judging by, okay, so let's see. Egorik has 10 cards in the waste. So maybe Thijs was just clocking the fact that, okay, their Neve is going to be stronger than mine. And so my best advantage is just laying her down first. And so that seems to be the logic. But I don't know, this Singularity Steward could do some work with the multiple banishes in the hand. But you definitely want to see. Do you just like go for both? Yeah. Let's see.
One banish. He's deciding, does he go for another banish or not? Looks like we are just hitting face. Yep.
Definitely want to
Just
keep
hitting
prioritizing
face.
phase.
Is Thijs banking?
Oh man, I think so.
Yeah, Honored Steward's going to the bank.
Yeah.
He's going to use the erasure too.
I like it. I think you want to go max pressure. This is like do or die here.
Man.
I'm
All
a
right,
little
draws
surprised
another.
that he went for the erasure instead of the steward because the extra
Steward is a
body. I mean,
body.
yeah.
I think
I
it's
sup-
just Thijs is a little probably worried about a Dominion here, a reverse Dominion. Yeah, it sets Egorik at
Right.
1, but then Thijs is not all out of, but he's definitely out of a lot of gas. And if he played the Honored Steward, then whatever Egorik lost would just come back.
Yeah.
But Egorik's going for his Neve. Let's see what he gets.
It's not.
I don't know how locked in his is
bad.
either. I don't think it's that he's got quite a few more effects played than Thijs for sure, but I don't think it's like any super heavy hitters.
I don't think so. Yeah. We didn't see a Triumph come down too, right? Because he would have gotten a shard as well. So no 5s.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
There's Alana. Doesn't these cards always do better in Shroud than they do in their own parallels, and that goes true for Earthen more often than not.
True. Okay. Stewie's nice.
A Venerated
But-
Raider, not bad. Can we draw
Okay.
something good?
Yeah, but without any
Class Fighter.
defenders or battle readies here, I think
Yeah.
that he's cooked. I mean, I guess you can trade Neves and then 6, 7, 8. I mean, yeah, that's plenty of damage.
Still, he's looking for something. Can't find anything. Thijs rubbing his hands together. He's like, come on, this is mine. Do not steal this from me. Let me just get this win. Did not
Well,
hit a
then-
defender.
In retrospect, I mean, going for the Neve,
Yeah.
definitely the right play. And I mean, that's the testament of skill with the deck, like do you know the right moment to drop it? Can you clock like where you are in the match and like when you need to put the pressure on versus like saving it for more value? And he absolutely smashed it. So not the biggest Neve, but certainly good enough to do the job.
Thijs gets the game 1 win. All that's left for him is the Scipius. Egorik still has his Neve and the Scipius. It's a best of 3. These wins aren't too far, but Thijs has got to be feeling good about that one. He made the right call on the Neve, got the pressure in, and got the win.
I believe that Thijs went first in that match,
Yes.
right? So we're considering if that's relevancy, and it looks like he took it. But he also found a lot of card draw to back
Mm-hmm.
up going first. He had an expertise, double rummaging researcher, and so he just found enough stuff. And yeah, I got to really commend him for that choice to develop the Neve early, even though she wasn't that massive. That definitely sealed the win, and goes in line with usually the first player that Neves first is in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, the thesis proves true.
He's
Neve
for
put in
this
the
one.
pressure. Those pokes, all those pokes, they did matter. Even some of the ones we may have questioned that went face in the beginning, was able to get Egorik down to that threshold that the Neve put in the pressure and kind of sealed the deal. I'm very curious about Tice's Sippy list only because of the Praetor. I wonder if the Praetor, if like back-to-back Praetor, if that does happen, is enough bodies to make Egorik's plays awkward, especially with Relic and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think? Most people are putting just one Praetor in there, or we've seen a couple, but usually
we've seen
not
some play
three.
2, not 3, but I think from the list we saw today, it was like 1 or none. Or
Yeah.
1, I think maybe they were all playing it, but just 1.
No, it's a good unit, and you know, I'm inclined to trust Thijs here. He's he's good at this thing, so we'll see if it works out for him. But yeah, I mean, I think that Egorik will likely just run it back with the Neve. I mean, a mirror is a mirror if he chooses to play the Scipius, right? So it could go either way. But I do think Neve is still in a pretty good spot as long as you find those dominions. But actually, I think we saw the Neve lose in that last match, right, with Pandapple.
We did.
Yeah. So
We
it can
saw
certainly
Neve
go either
lose
way.
against Scipius, so yeah, the dominions are very key, and it's kind of like we used to say that with spores, like if there's a window, the window's much bigger for Neve's dominion than it is for virulent spores, but if you hit that window, then you're coasting. Like they're very very powerful. Pair them with like Amalia or something or Singularity Stewards. It's a big issue for a Scipius to get through.
Yeah, looking at the stats here on parallelstats.com, it looks like Neve's got a 57.6% win against Scipius. Now, if you're in the very top echelon, you know, master rank, I don't know if it's quite, you know, of that different. I would say it's probably a little bit more even at the highest level, but in general, the stats are saying Neve is favored.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. When Scipius was like the all-time best deck, other players were queuing Neve that didn't want to play Scipius. They felt like that was the best way to deal with it. So now that Scipius or Cathari as a whole has gone through a slew of nerfs steadily, it definitely makes Neve even more strong to deal with it. If it already was dealing with it at its peak, then it's doing even better with it at its point now.
Yep. All right. So now we see Egorik did run it back with the Neve here. We're going to see those 3 Praetors hopefully at play from Thijs. And I think he also only had 1 Drusian Exorator in there as well, where in the previous match we saw a couple. What do you think about that decision, actually? Like, do you like a couple buff cards? You know, obviously there's no kill box now in a lot of lists. Or do you think 1 is sufficient?
With Drusian, I kind of like 2 because of the synergy with like you can bank 1 and get it with Tabula, so you kind of want to see it a decent amount of the time. It's not just a finisher, but played on curve is also strong, so the chance to get multiple out helps a lot. Killbox is a little different because that has become like a finisher card, so I can see like a 1 copy kind of thing. So being a unit that buffs, probably 2 copies.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. All right, so judging by the opening hands here, Egorik having a Dominion, that's got to make you feel good. Even with the Steward in the hand too, also a Tioli to kind of back up going second here is certainly very nice. He does decide to develop the Singularity Steward. And, you know, Tice's hand is looking all right. Not the worst, not the best.
Yeah, it's a good hand, but man, if Thijs follows the double one drop right now, Egorik is gonna put a pain train on him. Like that is going to be very tough. And I mean, like you kind of have to play to it,
I
right?
mean,
So
yeah.
he's gonna play both strikers. Egorik's gonna play Neve's Dominion next turn.
I think we're about to go next.
I think so too. With the Tioli, this is like an
Yeah,
insane amount of pressure.
it's gonna be big. But
Yeah,
yeah,
this
I
is
mean, look, the Tioli going second allows you to be able to do this. He can cast that Dominion for 1, getting 2 damage consumed, to the board here, and making that Singularity Steward just absolutely massive.
you can see it on
And you
Tyson's
can see,
face. He didn't see it at first. He was like, "Why did he Tioli?" And then he's like, "Oh my god."
yep, that's gonna be tough. Like I said,
Yeah.
I think we might have a short one here. That's an 8-5 on turn 2, folks. Hitting the dome.
That is a
I
ton of pressure. Tice has literally nothing really good to play now to deal with this. I mean, yeah, what do you do? You
and
can go. Do you go next? He's gonna bank his Domina. He's gonna play the
yeah.
Cunning Scipion probably, or maybe get even Relic out. No, go for the Cunning Scipion. Hopefully, get multiple units that can stick, that can trade. Maybe a Poisoner top deck.
Yeah, I mean we can see the power level of like choosing to develop the Singularity Steward. Like we saw Pandapple, chose not to, kind of in a similar position. The board wasn't quite as juicy with
Yeah,
the clear, but I think you want to give yourself that option, especially if you know that your opponent isn't playing too many copies of No Snitching. And
yeah.
speaking
Egorik
of the
threatening
devil,
lethal, literally threatening lethal. Tice has no way to clear this. This is gonna go next game. I think
yeah,
Tice even sees it. He's hovering over the menu. I'm gonna guess when his screen grays out a little bit when we're looking at his hand. He's trying to
I
find the
mean,
path. I mean, good on him for doing so. A poisoner would
yeah.
have helped a ton. That was the card, but there's only one copy of Tice's build.
I mean, he's gonna be able to play the Praetor here from the
He's gonna get the
tabula.
tab Domina, I think.
Oh, he's gonna go for the
No, he's going for
oh,
Praetor. Okay, yeah,
going
he's just
for the
gonna get it
Praetor.
out this way.
Interesting.
All right.
Well, kind of needs the defender, right?
Yeah.
A Master Poisoner would have been real nice if you had been able to bank that and just like poke into it there. But yeah, I think that's game. He's
Igor
game his
says, "I'm
life.
gonna take those 3 copies of Praetor. Thank you very much."
Yep, to the dome. Tice is not happy about that one.
Yeah, that was a swift return from Egorik, evening things up. With a little grin on his face.
Little smile.
1-1.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
the comment too. Um, I love the player cams, man. It makes it so much more exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, okay. In retrospect, I mean, you have to expect Dominion, right? From the Neve, as the Scipius here, but not playing double one. It feels so bad.
You can
Like,
expect the Dominion. No, well, even then, it was either a straight. No, like even with Dominion, he kind of played slightly around it because he had a unit with 3 health that would have lived. The Dominion would have done a ton of damage, but that Tioli paired with it made sure it cleared everything. Like most of the units
yeah.
were at 2 health, and Egorik only had 2 energy. It was the Tioli with the Dominion that really
Yeah.
sealed the
No,
deal.
you're absolutely right. The Tioli sealed the deal there. I mean, yeah, I think those just one of those games that you can't really do much about. Like
They
you
happen
gotta lay down your
sometimes.
units as Scipius. You gotta put the pressure on. If the Neve has it, they have it. And a lot of the time they have the Dominion, but they don't also get a giant Singularity Steward out of it. And so you can kind of come back and rebuild another threat. But when you're taking 8, damage, 10 damage a turn from a massive little 1-drop, there's not much you can do.
Yeah. It was literally like I banish your whole board, and with 3 attacks I win, and 1 is included when I board wipe you. So very, very tough. And now they go to the Cathari mirror match, where we'll see if the Praetors that I keep talking about actually matter or not. I don't think they'll matter as much as I'm making it out to be. It would be cool if they did. but I think what will matter more is just like who gets Relic first, who has the Saboteurs, strong triumphs of Europas. Those are what we're looking for more often than not.
Yeah. Let's see. What any major? I guess the Praetors was one. Some of the major differences. I'm just seeing if there's anything too crazy. Both players opting for the one Drusian. They look pretty darn similar. So
Yeah, pretty good starting hand from Thijs so far, though. One drop into Relic into Saboteur. That's like what you want all day, every day. Egorik gets the Magna and Gamma. He only gets one mulligan, so it's very, very crucial for him. He needs to hit a turn 2 play. Does he hit it? Let's see. He hits it. That's
oh
these guys
wow.
both getting a very, very solid turn 1 start, and can really push boundaries on like pressure. Tice doesn't have as good of a 3-drop play because he has, well, it's like Magna versus Saboteur, which is like where it's a little weird, but I think Tice
Mhm.
edges out because the Relic, both of them having the Relic, Tice removing the Relic from Egorik will give him an edge on trades overall as the game proceeds.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here. I mean, I was just like, you take it like take a snapshot of this state right here. Like, who's your prediction to win this? I mean,
Yeah.
it's because both of them have pretty compelling hands here, but I think you're right that the Saboteur might just be the thing that seals it here. Hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna
Do you
see
yeah, do you
now.
take him the Gamma? Looks like he's
Uh
gonna go for it.
he's gonna do it because then he can play Relic next turn and trade Ancient Subjugate token. Sorry, not Ancient
Yeah,
Subjugate, his Scipius token into the Gamma.
Judent, yes. Now this is looking pretty strong for Tice here. Gonna get the high density genetic replicator developed from Egorik. And
Yep.
ooh, is he gonna tempo out the Tabula? Spicy plays
Put in
from
some
Egorik
pressure.
here. Okay.
Egorik will get good trades too. The Princept will be gone. We know Tice will follow up, but not super strong out the gate yet. If Tice had gone first, he'd be in a
Yeah,
very, very good spot. I mean, Egorik going
exactly.
first gets him like, yes, the relic will be answered, but he gets one turn of like clean trades with it, which helps a lot.
For sure. Like, but when both players have a seemingly, pretty strong hand, about even, I really do think that first turn advantage can definitely make a huge
Mm-hmm.
difference here. So, actually, like, I
Tice,
don't know.
Tice has
I
got
mean,
clean play though.
yeah, like if Tice is
Saboteur into
playing
Praetor
the,
to triumph.
eh, you go ahead. Yeah,
No, that's it. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just say like if Tice is playing the answer game here, that sometimes isn't good enough. If you, as long as Egorik
Mm,
keeps applying the threats, because eventually
yeah.
you run out of answers, and then their development just overwhelms you. So I am actually not sure how this is gonna go down. Um,
I'm leaning towards Tice, just because of his hand. If Egorik cannot draw into like stronger cards, he might just slow down too much. Tice has a okay next turn, right? He can Saboteur. That will kill off the Reliant Gamma. There's no like super cool Magna play here, so you just play the Scipion, so you don't use all your energy, kinda. And then Tice goes Praetor, and then he goes Triumph. Egorik needs to draw a power card soon, in addition to the Magna, I think.
Dang, this is a really tough decision, but like I almost oh man. I almost think you bank the Magna and you just play it? Is that terrible? Maybe? Okay, he said
It's
no.
I don't
Huh,
know. I don't think it's terrible.
like,
It might be fine. Your next turn is
oh,
very like on edge though. Like let's see what he draws.
actually,
Ooh,
no, that's
Poisoner.
enough. That's enough pressure to not give
Yeah.
up the Magna. Like, in retrospect, I mean, it's gonna give you card draw, like an answer. No, no, no. I think he made the right play here. But
It's
that
gonna
was
Saboteur.
sick.
Relic is now gone.
Okay.
Now this board looks much easier to deal with for Tice.
Pressure. depleted. But yeah, that Magna, being able to refill even just one card here, pretty useful. Take out the Saboteur. Looks good. And now Egorik has the board. And
Mhm.
yeah, I really think it's the wideness of the board here. Like, ooh, and a
Knife.
Memento. That's gonna
That's a
be
big
tough.
deal. That one's a big deal. Right, just trading here. The Memento, I think, will play a big part. But we do see the Praetor will be strong from Tice's side. Man, we're
Oh.
back and forth on this.
Honestly, I think at this point Egorik's got it. Like,
You think so? I'm leaning on Tice. I don't
yeah,
know.
I mean, he plays the Praetor. I mean, like Egorik can get the Memento developed and make some good trades into the Praetor, and also still develop the Striker. Like I mean, I guess he goes into the
But
Triumph
he
the
has
next turn
Triumph.
though. But I feel like he's like Egorik is applying the pressure though. Like
Okay.
he's the one putting it
Yeah.
on. I don't know. I'm actually
I
unsure.
think Tice is getting better trades, but the Memento is the outlier. Like, it can scale out of proportion and Tice won't be able to deal with it. That is for sure a likely scenario.
Okay.
The knife might just
Delic
give Egorik the win, but, like, if there
Yeah.
was no knife, I think Tice is ahead.
Okay, that's an interesting thought tree there. If there was no knife here, yeah, right? Because like
Yeah.
having to take all of those trades would
You take all
absolutely
his
suck.
trades and then you followed by a triumph, like, that's not good. Egorik, like, Tice will be able to, like, have a wider board than Egorik, but the knife might just be so strong that that one unit is just hitting face and trying to end the game as fast as possible.
Oh, Tice's face. No, this is well. Hang on a second. It is double Elim, right? And Tice is coming
Yeah,
through.
Tice has a
If
second life.
he,
Both these guys have second lives.
yeah. All right. So if Tice loses this here, he's not completely
No.
out of it, unless I've got that wrong. But okay, yeah, delicacy in choosing where to put the knife. Like this, you want to make sure you're distributing this well here. Okay, putting the stats on the cunning Scipion makes sense. You want to keep that thing as healthy as possible. It's popping you out, and also nice. You get to develop the striker,
Yep.
and uh, maybe slight misplay if he had developed the striker first. And the bank would have gotten
Yeah,
buffed,
strike.
but
No, because he needed to trade with the adjutants with the knife in the beginning.
yeah, okay.
All right,
All
that
right.
memento's looking scary now.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I think you
can,
gotta
yeah,
go Triumph, right? I mean, and hope for
yeah,
the best, or I mean,
I think so. Triumph is, and then the next turn he can maybe go recruiter into Domina and double trade there. Yeah, this memento is putting in a ton of work. This might be the card that changes the tide and gives Egorik for sure a win.
I can't even really think of anything that would really
Going
get him out of
Domina.
this situation. Okay, like the Domina. Domina dies, it could come back from the
Yep.
Triumph.
He's just matching board for board a little bit here. Double triumph. This has got to be something, no? But Egorik finds the relic. That's really powerful. Relic
And
Saboteur.
oof. And can play the Praetor though if you wanted to just like forego the, you know, relic disruption plan and just go for tempo. Yeah, I like that
Yeah.
better for sure. Yeah, I mean, I honestly think it's just like despite Tice having the triumphs here, he's just dictating like he's one turn ahead in all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And the knife, I think you're right though. Like without the knife, that would have just been too much given away having to throw into the Praetor. Like you can see
Yeah.
the defender ability is actually like really annoying coming from that card. So, Tice having 3 of them in the deck I think is definitely good logic, but Memento can just sort of get people out of that tricky situation. Okay.
Play his own Praetor. He's not even gonna Saboteur.
Yeah, I like this better. I don't think you care at this point. You're just wanting to
Hmm.
put the pressure on. Okay.
Trade?
Yeah. Oh man, how much do you trade here?
Did he need to trade? Maybe just go face.
I think I don't mind the one trade, but I might have thrown the 4 face there. I don't think you need to take out the little guy. Unless Master Poisoner, like, you could just
But you have
the 1/1
Defender.
Master Poisoner isn't gonna do shit in
Yeah,
this
with
game.
Memento, like you're good.
Just kidding. Isn't
Oh,
gonna do
keeping it
much.
real.
Sorry. Alright, let's see how good this
Nah,
triumph
yeah, I think
is.
Egorik gets this. The Memento was the thing that moves it. This is a ton of damage next turn. I don't think Thijs can bring enough back to really take back the. And he can go exceptionally wide. Saboteur
Yeah.
double 1-drop or a Saboteur Cunning Scipion.
So what was the inflection point? Like, I guess getting the memento, but
I think it was the
it
Memento.
already at that point though, he had the wide board. Like, it was the
Yes.
play that he got the cunning Scipion down that really set him up super nicely, and then
Yeah,
the
but
memento.
Thijs had the Relic. Thijs had Relic and Triumph. I think like he would just out trade Egorik all day. Even
Sure.
now with Memento, pretend Memento didn't exist and it was just the same stat board. I still think Thijs would be ahead and is winning this game. But because
Yep.
we know the knife is gonna pass on and pass on, like it's just too much. Thijs can't like catch up. Maybe he
Yeah,
goes wide and just tries to finish with Drusian. That could be an option.
you're totally right there. I think because you can even see like he's managed to keep up with the board. Like he decided not to go with the triumph the previous turn, developed the domina, and like he's been keeping up despite it looking so uneven. I mean, hang on a second. Are we losing our minds here? I think that he's got it no matter what. The knife is
Yeah,
just
it's gonna be a little.
clutched it. See 13,
He's trading.
20 damage.
It was 21 or 20 or something, but he's going for trades here, and then I think the rest will uh or one of them will go face.
Yeah.
Surprised it wasn't
Maybe.
like play recruiter, get unit bank, play Drusian. Just one unit off.
Yeah.
But still gets good trades. Might just trade everything, I wonder.
I think at this
I think
point,
I think he could have traded the Scipion in there and then put it on the Praetor and Praetor just swing face with a ton of
yeah, 'cause
damage.
a massive defender, like, the only
Yeah.
thing that would be get through that would be a, poisoner, but he'd have to, like, have a unit already on the board, so, yeah, sometimes I feel like you're in this position where you're the Scipius and you're just like, I know I've got this if I just make every trade," because
Mhm, mhm.
but at the same time, though, not pushing the face damage sometimes, like, a little tricky.
Tice
Um,
not able to find a Magna or something in his mill. Double triumph, but still nothing coming out of it.
see, or
I think we're just
okay.
going wide here.
Is there lethal on the board? There's 18
Yeah,
health. We've got 13, 6. Yeah,
he
plenty.
might be trying to get Egorik to just trade him. Maybe he sees a trade.
Hey, you got to play to every out, right?
Yes.
Sometimes your opponent doesn't see lethal, and you got to just hope that that is the case.
Okay. He'll be able to play two more units, but it's still not enough to give him any way of coming back. Maybe Egorik trades, but yeah, he has game.
Yeah. Wow. Well, shout out to Memento of the Fallen. Good card.
MVP card for sure. Very,
MVP of
very
this
strong
game.
card. All right.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was definitely an interesting one because both players had a really strong start. We were very like unsure of which way this was going to go. I do think having the first turn advantage definitely did help a little bit, but I think you're absolutely right. Like Tice probably would have recovered if it was not for that memento, and it really
Mhm.
came down to that.
Yeah, so Egorik will move on to the finals, sending Tice down to the lower bracket. And yeah, Tice will be going against Lazy Guru.
All right, here we go. We got the victory screen. He's looking pretty happy. I'd be pretty happy to take down Tice, not gonna lie. But yeah, that was an interesting game. It was cool.
Yeah, definitely an interesting game. And I'm looking at the chat as well, guys. Like a lot of good plays right there. But I think Muka said it a while ago. Like turn one for Egorik definitely had an advantage for him in this kind of matchup. And those street players, even though they might be having like a kind of a putting up a defense towards Ty's side, it kind of falls short, so to speak, with that memento play from or possibly like with the option of a memento from Egorik. So I gotta say this, guys. Bubba dubba dub dub. Egorik, let's go. He's gonna be moving forward, but of course, Thijs is gonna be going down, and he's gonna be facing Lazy Guru a bit later. Like, do you have any favorite like plays from that match? Let's start with Ali.
Favorite plays from that match. Okay, we had the Scipio. Oh, my favorite play was Tice's decision to develop the Neve early. Because
Yeah,
to be honest, my like knee jerk reaction was like, oh, it's not gassed enough, and
yeah,
it definitely won him the game. Unfortunately, didn't win him the match, but I think that was my favorite decision of that particular one.
yeah. How about you, Muka? Like, in this matchup between Egorik and
Mm,
Egorik and Thijs. Like, any favorite moment there?
oof, that is tough. I mean, I'm gonna go with like Egorik's Dominion. He got the
Mm.
Steward and was able to do
Mm.
the Tioli into the
Yes.
Dominion. Very, very decisive, strong play. And
Yeah.
Tice wasn't able to recover, and Egorik got his first win off that. My first one was gonna be was the Tice Neve because we were like questioning that. Like Ali said, that was a very good play.
Totally.
But overall, like I mean, the games were quick, but they were like very key plays that set the
Yeah.
win going forward.
Yeah,
There was
dude.
always
Like
one turn.
I love it. Like it's like that was like the kind of play that we were missing in the previous matchup. Like Dominion turn one. Next,
Mhm.
you hope that you would have like one health units on the board, and you can like or sorry, Singularity Steward turn one, and then Dominion the next turn. Like get a big board or get a big boy Steward right there. Like
Yeah.
8-5. Man, I like that's a lot of a big unit at an early turn, and that could like snowball quick, and that's what happened. And for me, like favorite moment, like you can see like there are like a lot of how do you say this, like a lot of emotions in the camps, right, from our players, like Thais like winning the first match, like yeah, like you can see him mouthing. It's like he's on streamer mode most of the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him being a streamer, and we saw some like moments of emotion coming from Egorik. Like even though incognito, you cannot hide those feelings, right? You are on cam, you cannot hide those feelings when you win, when you have a good play. Like he would not probably make a good poker player. Like you mentioned this a while ago, Muka. He has those tells. He has those tells. And with that, of course, we have to get a short review of our bracket right now. Let's look at the how it has been going for our parallel minor one. So we saw Thais actually destroy a bunch of pros over at the upper bracket, like Yarla, the previous champion, Jobsad, Reshanov, and now he has fallen quite a bit, and but still he has one more life over at the lower bracket. He's gonna be facing Lazy Guru. Egorik will be just resting a bit and watching the next match probably just to get some more info as to his opponent. But of course, over the lower bracket, you can see Thais and Lazy Guru. Lazy Guru has had a lot of matches over the lower bracket, falling off quite early, but he has faced Bin, Kintsugi, one of the pros as well, Jimon, previous top 16 as well, Reshanov, and he like defeating Reshanov on the way, and LazyGuru also defeating Pandapple with a clean 2-0, moving on to the lower bracket finals against LazyGuru. And before we move on to the next portion of the match, of course, I would like to say that those were definitely prime plays from our players. And you know what's prime? The Echelon Prime Foundation. And thank you again to the Echelon Prime Foundation for supporting the Parallel League. And Ali and Muka, before we go on to the next match, we are going to take a short break, guys. And we have to like let these guys let out steam a bit. Of course, Thijs is gonna be the one that's gonna be featured for the next match against LazyGuru. And with that, guys, we are gonna go back after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Oh! Is that lethal?
Is that lethal?
Agent activated.
It's really game on now.
Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Parallel TCG, now on mobile. Download and play today.
wow, like they are building this world and I want to be part of it. Like I want to be playing it.
Make sure you go check out Yumio because they got some awesome stuff coming on.
Got a PSA 10 charge. I didn't realize it was gonna be from the new set. That's freaking awesome.
It gets another Adira. Adira into Adira again.
God. Are you kidding me?
G-Mon's running it back with the double Adira.
And we are back at the Parallel League Minor 1. We are here at the top 4. We just saw two great matches. Pandapple versus LazyGuru. LazyGuru moving forward. And we had Thijs versus Egorik. Very incognito Rick right there. Winning against Thijs and putting him down to the lower bracket. And man, okay, this is going to be an amazing matchup. We have Thijs seasoned pro here over at the lower bracket. Lazy Guru, I've seen him quite a bit of times. Also performed like kind of well over at the previous tournaments. But these guys over the lower bracket, last life, right? We've seen their decks that they brought on to this tournament. Any highlights that you'd think would give them the advantage? Let's start with Muka.
I mean, the main thing is that Lazy Guru is playing Nehemiah, so that might throw off the bans a little bit. I assume Thijs is just gonna ban Nehemiah because he's been banning the Kathy. He just goes back, but I don't know. It might shake things up and it may create an awkward situation for him, like we saw happen in Lazy Guru's last match with Pandapple.
How about you, Ali? What do you think?
Yeah, I think Muka hit it on the head there. I think the Nehemiah might be the difference, but both players are locked in. Thijs coming from the winner's bracket, got his first loss there, but he's got a second shot. Lazy Guru looking strong too, so yeah, I'm excited to see how it all pans out here.
Right, like if Nehemiah is the possible ban for Thijs right here, would it then would it open up like the Marco for an easy win or a possible win, and then just get in for a possible like game 3 with these guys in case there's gonna be a 1-1. Like, what are your thoughts, Ali?
Yeah, so Lazy Guru doesn't have the Kathy, right? So we saw the Neve get banned in the first match, right? So
Yeah.
I do wonder if banning the Nehemiah is the right play. I mean, we see that it is unfavored now versus the Neve, and it can definitely be problematic. So maybe just kind of going for that mirror of Sippy and Neve and letting the Nehemiah just kind of not happen could be the move here.
Right. So Sippy and Neve is probably gonna be the ones that your Lazy Guru is gonna be playing. Guys, it's kind of different. Different scenario here. What will be the possible target? We're not so sure, but of course, we're gonna be seeing it. I think it's already ready. I think as I'm looking at it right now, and everybody that's on the Sanctuary website probably knows bans are already out. And it is in. What do you think about these bans? It's going to be both Neve decks are banned. So Earthen maintained. Thoughts, guys? How about you, Muka?
Normally, this might be kind of tough for Thijs's lineup to deal with. In general, not too bad. I don't think Thijs has a Kalar in his list, but there are other cards like the Master Poisoner. He's only running one though, and both his builds. But he also has the Vindicator in his Marco, so it's kind of a toss-up. I don't know whether to say Lazy Guru is like kind of like wins out on this ban wave or not, but it is interesting. It's like a bit more nuanced.
Yeah, it's like what do you think of possibly getting one deck out of the way and then winning with the other two? Like, is that a kind of a strategy that has been kind of been put into how you play your decks or how you build your decks? Ali, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's Conquest, so you gotta win with all of your decks. I mean, it's always nice to, snipe a win to start out, but I don't know if it makes too much of a difference because you gotta just win with both. But looks like we've got our first game here, guys, and it is going to be a Sippius Mirror.
And that's right, guys. Lazy Guru versus Thijs, lower bracket final, Sippius Mirror. Ali and Muka, take it away.
All right. Running it back with another Sippius Mirror after finishing off the last match with one as well.
Yeah, we're about to get a replay of like the exact same thing. If Lazy Guru hits a relic, then it'll be the same setup. Does not hit a relic, so Thijs is so far going to be a little ahead. There is a Magna from Lazy Guru. He can handle the relic later on with Saboteur. Never mind, it's the same thing. So Ali, I mean, it's the same setup exactly this time. I think it's pretty much mirrored with each other. So I'm gonna say Thijs is going to be ahead here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of taking a lesson from you in that last one.
Well, yeah, so Tice went second last time, now he's going first.
Yeah.
I will say it again, but I really think, I mean, obviously the memento draw is what, like, determined pretty much the game, but it would not have been nearly as good if he didn't also have the development from the Cunning Scipion and sort of going first and actually being able to utilize the memento, right? So
Yes.
I think that Tice needs to find the flood here of the little units. So hopefully,
Yeah, I think he found
unfortunately,
it. There's Triumph of Triumph top deck.
yeah, yeah, eventually. But like a striker plus another one,
Yeah.
even just cunning Scipion. Like I think you really need to overwhelm the board to take it.
All
Let's
right,
see.
Lazy Guru has a turn 2 play here. He might just match Replicator for Replicator. Yep. Can trade this out well.
That being said, first turn advantage feeling somewhat significant here. Like they're both doing the same game plan, right? They're gonna
Mm,
relic destroy, but Tice is getting to do it first, and so keeping the pressure of the application of the clones and stuff like that. Ooh, having to bank a triumph doesn't
yeah.
feel great, but
How
you're not
big
really having
brain
an
I
option.
feel like it was I don't know how big brain it was, but how big brain would it have been to run your adjutant? No, you don't want to run your adjutant into Gurus because you don't want to proc a Magna. I was gonna say like set it up so that if his relic dies, his adjutant dies, and then his Magna's procced. Big brain
Ooh,
thinking, but it wasn't
ooh,
gonna work.
spicy.
Yeah, but he has the Praetor again, which I said it last game. I think it does matter a little bit if it's got like a good turn to play it, and he can pair that with Triumph of Europa as his board's getting cleared. So Tice looks very strong here.
Yeah, I actually think the Praetor, like going into turn 4 with that Praetor is pretty significant here.
Yeah.
And if he does kill it, it's not like he's got his own relic developed as well, right? So the adjutant is going to live,
Hmm.
and meaning that the Praetor is procced without having to like bank another unit that you might not want to bank. So,
Yeah.
okay, looks pretty decent.
It's looking
He's
at his
got just
waist. It's the matching waist. They're
yeah.
matching everything right now. Everything is literally the same on board and in waist.
Can't remember who said it. Maybe it was Flux in the last cast. But if the competitors, if you could look at your waist every once in a while, that would help us casters.
I think was it man, who
May-
it might have been
I can't
Flux. I
remember
feel
who
like
it was.
Lambie said it in a
Or maybe
stream.
it was Lambie. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's helpful. So, but we see they're not too big yet here. All right. So he could retaliate Lazy Guru with another Praetor. But no adjutant, but he can bank afterward. What else is an
Gonna go
option?
wide with Subjugate, I think is the play from him.
Mhm.
Develop the Subjugate. Trying to decide his bank here. He does have another relic, but because there was already a Saboteur used, Tice could always just play his Scipius Paragon and that activate the muster of a Saboteur that was used before and just kill off the relic.
This is tough.
This is a tough one.
He went for the subjugate here, but it looks like he hesitated a bit. I mean, none of it feels great. I will bring attention to the fact that Tice does have a triumph, and Lazy
Yep.
Guru currently does not. So that also might be significant.
Yeah, I think
And
you are right. It's going to matter. All right, he
ooh,
draws a
ooh,
Drusian.
that's clean. Being able to get the trade into the subjugate with the Praetor here. I like
Yeah.
that. Because then you can follow it up with the triumph. Like it's nice if you can apply pressure without having to use the triumph, because then if they get through it, then you can just go to cast it. So
Yep.
I mean that's huge. I love this. I
This
mean,
is a very, very strong turn. And it's not like always super clear to see this line of play, but good on Tice for seeing the bank tabula into just clean trades all around. Definitely puts Guru behind.
of course, the Praetor is going to die if this X-Rater gets answered, but I want to bring attention to the fact that the Magna nerf being very relevant here. If the relic had gotten developed with the Magna, it would have been 4 damage, but
Yeah. Every time you mention the Magna nerf, some Cathari fan in the chat is yelling.
I'm internally yelling. I'm keeping it cool, but Magna is one of my faves, so I'm a little sad, and I don't even play Cathari that much
She's a
anymore.
very powerful card. Very powerful
She
card.
is.
Yeah.
Gosh. I mean, what do you do here? I'm thinking at this point it's looking pretty good for Thijs. You could go for the Magna, but you also could like go 2-1, just like get the relic developed. But I suppose there probably is a Saboteur in the waste, right? So
Yeah.
hmm.
Really smart play to Magna the Adjutant, and that makes the Praetor lose 1 health because it only gains stats when there's an Adjutant on board also, so that just straight killed it.
Clever. Yeah, good call. Right.
Thijs getting the match Magna for Magna.
Still prioritizing holding back that Triumph and going for pressure elsewhere. Okay. Great to get the Scipion developed. Going wide. And he'll have options for the Triumph if this board gets answered, which it's going to be pretty tough, I think. I do like going for the
Good
trades
trade.
here.
Yep. We see the Poisoner, so it's easy for us to make the decision, but good call on him for trading. Now he's deciding what 2-drop to play. Does he go for the Relic, big bodies, or does he go a little bit more wide with Cunning Scipion?
Oh, I think it's got to be Scipion every time, right?
Yep, I like
I would be
Scipion.
shocked if he didn't go Scipion. I mean, maybe it's not that easy of a choice, and I'm wrong here, but I think you.
Yep,
We
he
saw in
goes
the
for
last
it.
game, like you just want to go wide if your opponent can't answer.
All right. Well, in the last game, when I was arguing when Thijs was in the situation that LazyGuru is now, that there was triumphs of Europas that maybe made a difference with and he was up a relic, but Guru is down. He's equalized on relic. He's going against a Drusian, and he does have a triumph, so he can refill board. Maybe you can Magna here. I think this is a pretty good turn coming out of Guru. He's going to be able to Magna the Drusian and then get 2 1-drops.
Yeah. I gotta say, without that triumph here, I think that would have been sealed the deal. Like this
I
might
think
actually
so.
get him into it.
Yeah.
But
I started that sentence going to say that he was screwed because he didn't draw a triumph, but then of course he drew the triumph as I was talking. And I'm like, okay, well, let's change it up a little bit.
Decides to go for the striker instead of double 1, which I don't think I like. I think keeping up with bodies as much as possible.
I think he's going to, though. He's going to play the striker. The token gets buffed, and then he can play Tabula also if he wants.
No, you're absolutely right. This was much better. I didn't see the bank there. Yep. Good stuff.
He's winning out so far. Does not play the Tabula. Draws into another Standard Bearer. Thijs has a Triumph and can play a 2-drop. Standard Bearer plus Triumph we've seen be exceptionally strong in games before. Especially here, he can recycle the Magna. That's a ton of pressure. Magna trade into Magna. Then you play Standard Bearer into Triumph. Get the Magna back. Kill the Standard Bearer.
Yeah, this is a great setup for this turn. And the fact that you can get the Standard Bearer down too. Very good. Oh my
okay.
goodness.
We're going 2-drop, 2-drop, 2-drop. No bank. I think that's what he's doing. Oh, he gets Recruiter. What am I talking about? He gets a bank.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's a Memento and Triumph there. Those would have been nice pickups.
I mean, I like it. I do. I really do. I think Thijs is continually each turn, being greedy with the triumph. Like he knows that he's been able to apply pressure in other ways, and he's like, I'm just gonna save this in my back pocket, for when I need it. So I think this has been great.
Very, very clean plays. He's getting really good trades here. getting a lot of value. He's making LazyGuru work extra hard to clear anything that is getting put up.
He just leaves the 3/3, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm. Yeah. I think Thijs is got the
That's a
subtle look on
strong
his
board.
face. Yeah, that he's like, I think I might have this one here. So we saw a top deck triumph. I was gonna
The
say
cat.
last time, can he do it again? And literally, okay, sure. We just gotta call cards for the players, Muka, and I think that
Yeah,
it works.
100%. You just think about it. I'm sure they're doing it themselves. Like, just give me the cards. Give me the cards.
Yeah.
That's like, I know when I play parallel, half the time I make my play and I'm like, okay, I just need to draw this card now. And then,
Yep.
for some reason in my mind, it's more often than not giving me the card I need.
Manifestation. Let's go.
Yes.
All right. Well, he can also do a 7, play with the triumph. So let's see. And plus the follow-up Magna. So I don't know if it'll be enough at this point. I mean, the other option is to like favor the Saboteur and try and make some trades. But what else can you do with that? There's 4 left over.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good enough. Oof, timer's coming out right now.
He banks the Sabo.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Here you go. 10 seconds to make a lot of plays. He's just gonna go for the Scipius here. That will pop Relic. And then he gets a random
Okay.
Magna proc. Drew for Recruiter. That's
Oh.
Magna ping.
Yep.
Drew again for Recruiter. Yeah, this
Actually,
is
going for the
good.
Scipius here
Lot of
was
Magna pings.
really, really good.
Yeah, that ended up getting a lot of value. He's just gonna throw down the Rasas, get some bodies.
Yep. Admittedly, sometimes you forget about Scipius being an option. You're like laser focused on your hand, and okay. I mean, he definitely fought back pretty well there, but we know that Thijs has got a triumph and
Mm-hmm.
he's got some options. So he's looking at his bank here for the tabula. All right.
He's gonna
We know
bank the
there's
Scipion.
a Magna in there too, right?
Yeah. Triumph for Triumph being matched here. He's going to play the Tabula first. It will copy Asian Subjugate. This is a lot of value.
Thijs is locked.
That was cost 0. Yeah, he's
Yep.
locked in. He is locked in for
locked
sure.
in. Here's exactly.
He's never a cat
oh no.
hacker. Nothing can stop him except his cat.
The cat. Oh dear God. If that, I know that feeling greatly. It's like, not now. Not now. Oh my God.
His
Oh
cat
my
is,
goodness.
he's got a lot of patience though right now. He's getting attacked by his cat right now.
I'm stressed.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see like he doesn't have the function on his game that like randomly spacebar ends his turn.
That would be so painful. What would we even do at
His
that
cat,
point?
His cat looks like it's done. The cat has spread its terror a few times.
I feel like that would be like a moral conundrum. Like LazyGuru, like if we see that the space bar was hit and the cat was there, we know it wasn't Thijs' fault. Like, I mean, what would we do?
I can't. I don't even want to entertain that. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Thijs' camera. Just, are we going to see another cat attack?
Yep.
It was 2 back to back. I would assume that, his cat is now waiting for the perfect time to strike again.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, he's doing a pretty good job distributing these subjugate counters. Let's see how much time left on the clock he's got. Okay, a solid minute with the cat distraction. He's a pro. Never doubt him. Never doubt.
Just to make all good trades here. Looking very strong. If he can, there is a Drusian Exorator, so if he can find a way to get a 3-cost card, this could give him enough for lethal for sure.
Yep. Actually, that's true. Yeah, with the Exorator.
No, you can't do it. All right, let's see what he draws. I mean, you could go 1 cost also with Relic, and that'll give him the 3. All right, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Sabo and
Good.
Drusian. But we know Guru
Perfect.
has a Triumph. He can also do convergent plays with Domina.
And he's at 27, so there is a world where he clears just enough of the units to kind of escape the Drusian lethal. Thijs still has access to the Scipius, and we've seen a couple of Magnas come down. Maybe just Magna from his side. Oh, also a Sabo.
I think he's gonna Domina Recruiter Princept. Maybe might be the move. I don't know if he needs 2 trades or 3 trades. I haven't done the math.
4 for
It's
6.
either that or you can go Standard Bearer or Relic. No, he's gonna go Subjugate. Okay. All right, he's just going for a big Triumph forward. He's hoping Thijs trades or he can get some good cycles. What is in here? Just a lot of bodies with nothing that he can use to really pressure. Pretty sure Thijs is just going to win with the Drusian here.
Oh, wow. He's going to go for the Legion with the Subjugate. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only he was playing Asio here. He would have had, this would be real scary.
Yeah.
A lot of milling going on.
Wow. Well, I do wonder if like a Domina could have done a little bit more work there, but not enough to seal it, I don't think.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so this will be Thijs's game. I'm like more than certain he has lethal.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna even do the math, but yeah, that'll be a ton of damage, and he will get a game win. And yeah, this is the first game. I'm like, is this the first game, or have we moved on to the second? So yeah, Thijs will just need to win with his Kathy next.
These Scipius matches have been kind of interesting. I mean, they haven't been that easily determined in the first, couple turns here. But I do think, Thijs going first, definitely good pressure and, had a good hand, was able to keep up the threats. And he also was greedy with his Triumph. He held it back and didn't just roll it out right away. He was like prioritizing, creating other threatening boards and then had it in his back pocket. But yeah, I mean, LazyGuru is definitely distributing the counters, making some nice 2-2s here, but we know that Thijs can find an X-Rater from the tabula in the bank and most likely be enough. I mean, he's only going to be able to trade 1 unit away here, so there's certainly enough damage.
Yeah, without a doubt, there's enough damage. But Guru is just hoping, just in case there is another turn, he is going to make sure he can also reverse lethal. Good on him for having the mentality to still play it, try to get that win.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, this is game for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's true. They don't always have it,
Yeah.
and so you got to set yourself up for.
Thijs has to see the Drusian also, which I'm sure he does. He hasn't looked at his bank yet, maybe? I mean, is this still game with just Relic? It might just be game with just Relic. I mean, I don't even know if he needs the double damage.
Be heartbreaking if Oh, well, hang on a second.
You can
That is
2 and
also-
you can
yeah,
still
that's-
2 plus
okay,
Drusian.
yeah.
Yep, you get 2 plus 2. Oh yeah, he knows. Okay, he's just putting it all out.
Pro plays.
Gets the Drusian, the Dream, Tabula Rasa into the Drusian X-Rater. Guru has moved on to the next one. He knows. Oh, you can see it. He's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
He's so close. He's so close.
Thijs, I think, was a little bothered by the cat situation
Yeah.
there. He looked around and was like, if I lose this match to my damn cat, like I said, I definitely understand the frustration there. There have been times where I've been casting myself and there's a cat catastrophe emergency going on, and I'm like distracted and trying to handle it. So I understand, Thijs. I do. Well, okay. First win for Thijs. Took it down with the Scipius, so he's now got his Kathy left.
His Kathy is I'd argue slightly better built to Versa Nehemiah. So,
Okay.
he's running the Vindicators, which like isn't a one answer to Nehemiah anymore, but it is extra damage to ping onto units and get good trades and good value. Only one poisoner, so we'll see if that comes to a point where like he just cannot find the poisoner, has to bank it too early. But it's not looking too bad. I don't know how his Kathy will fare against like a normal Scipius list. I'm gonna say in general, I think it's fine. Like it still has all the moving parts, just like Vindicator versus Rummaging, but
think
should
that
be
it's
okay.
pretty well positioned because it's got 3 PS8 launchers as well as
Oh, true. Yep.
3 gunslingers as well.
Yeah, a lot of ping damage.
Pretty clutch. I actually really I hope and think it will go well, but I like Tice's list here because he also cut the rummaging researchers, and so clearly is favoring like a little bit more chunk and pressure with like
Yeah.
vindicators, and then through the second wave soldier in there for the the card draw. So I quite like this. I think it's a good list.
Yeah, I wonder if LazyGuru just swaps to the Nehemiah just to get the. I mean, in general, Earthen does do well to Marco. I mean, we know Marco has tricks up its sleeve to deal with it, but value for value, an Earthen unit is definitely tough to deal with. So he might just switch with that and maybe lead with that. Otherwise, run it back. We've talked about it, time and time again. Do you switch? Do you stay on? I think it just comes down to the player and how they're feeling. I mean, he looked kind of defeated that game, so I was like, maybe he switches it up.
Look, whatever helps your mental. I think that's we say, oh, it doesn't matter, but it does if it matters to the player, right? So if they can kind of recover, maybe from a little bit of tilt or something losing, by switching to a more favorable matchup, I say go for it. But yeah, I like this Marco list. I'm excited to see it. I mean, I think a lot of the time, Earthen, like, if they can get that Steward of the Garden, opens up their 3 costs, like, that's going to make a huge difference. But we do also have, I think, 3 copies of Spores, right, from LazyGuru. That could also make a difference.
I think he also has, like, 3 Relic repurposings, right? So he can deal with, like, a Scipius. Oh, well, he doesn't have to go against Scipius, he has to go only against Kathy. So that might actually hurt him more often than not.
Yep, it's true. But you can always
Let's
bank
see.
it. Nice.
Yeah, half the battle I feel like for Earthen is the mulligan. Like, if he, especially against a Kathy, you want to make sure you are drawing stuff that you can play. If he gets locked into 4 cost cards and above, it might be trouble.
And going first with the Steward of the Garden would obviously be the dream, but at least if LazyGuru is going second, you can get like double chance to like hard mull for that Stewie. That can certainly help sometimes.
All right, show us the mulligan.
What's it gonna be? I love the new board.
Me too.
Layout. It just looks it looks really nice. Okay.
Thijs has a great start.
So does LazyGuru.
Oh, he sends back triple 1-drop. Okay, no, he keeps it. Okay, I was gonna say. Guru's looking good too.
Said it there. First with the Steward of the Garden. That looks pretty good. But yeah, double trigger Happy Trooper also pretty darn. Oh wow, he's got the snitching.
He's got the snitching. Oh, that's a good hand. That's I don't think you send anything back with that one. That's got to be it. Oh, okay. I guess you don't need to. I would keep it. You draw another card. Just bank whatever you draw. But Bannerman into Bannerman into that card into snitching, like, it's super strong. Into Bloodhound. I'm sorry, my words escaped me for a second, but that's exceptionally strong.
Woo. I mean, without the snitching, getting the Moonlit down on 2 could but that's hard to see Thijs losing this one with this hand, but we'll see. Earthen could find a Spores, that type of stuff. Oh, at least LazyGuru's face.
He's like, come on, man, don't hit me with the snitching. Yeah, he gets in the snitching. He does have a conduit, though. You can see him hovering over it. It was a good keep because it's flexible. If he gets snitched, he has a card he can play. Follows up with his own snitching.
Okay. At this point,
We see
not
Thijs with the VRAV, so he's got a good few turns set up for him.
does. Yeah, he's
Double
got
one
it
drop
all.
into VRAV, into Kathy. Maybe if
Is
he draws
Thijs
another one drop.
the first player that we've seen in a broadcast still running the VRAVs after the nerf? I wonder.
In a Kathy? Possibly, yes. I think
Okay, yeah,
so.
sorry, not ADHQ, like in a
Yeah,
Kathy.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
we've seen almost everyone turn away from it in Kathy, but Thijs. I got a mind of my own, okay? Still good. We'll see.
All right, Guru is deciding if he wants to snitch the Bannerman or not.
The hesitation almost gives it away, honestly.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he could be thinking about other stuff, but in general, I do wonder if Thijs has picked that up.
He just
Okay,
lets
there's
it
spores.
go.
That could help.
Spores will definitely help. Thijs has to make sure he's positioning correctly or he will be punished for it. He's wondering if he goes one drop, he's just gonna trade. Okay.
A little surprised that he didn't think about that. Oh, well, actually, no. I'm sorry. That obviously has shielded. Just kidding.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so this,
Can't
yeah,
PSA
yeah.
it.
For a second, I thought we could shoot it there and trade, but no. This makes a lot of sense. Getting that double trooper really strong.
Yep, just gonna put that trooper in the right spot. Okay. He gets spored, he gets spores, but he's very strong board. We know that he's probably going to get spored. He has a Vindicator that he can follow up with next if he does get spores, so not too bad. LazyGuru Tropex into a Formidable Presence.
I mean, Spore's looking pretty good, right?
Yeah.
I can follow it up with a Nehemiah or a Moonlit. And then
Yeah, this is. I think it's a spores. Yeah, he's got to bank the fur. Oh man, maybe he banks the snitching at this point. Just keeps formidable just in case he needs to stall a turn or push a turn. Either or.
Yeah, I mean, I think the targets for snitching. I mean, obviously, like the Vindicators is a good snitching
Yep.
target, but in general, if I was from the perspective of LazyGuru here, I think snitching's definitely the bank. Oh my gosh. Okay. Gonna hold back on the spores.
Maybe he
That's
hopes
a
Thijs
game
develops
deciding
harder.
decision there, I
Yeah,
think. It could work out for him, but that was
it's brave.
the
It's a
move.
brave one.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that he can't like double like 1+2 here,
Yeah.
second wave soldier. But I guess developing the VRAV all the way on the right isn't the worst. What else? I mean, there's another play of just kind of holding it back if you wanted to like PS8 the two. Nah, actually, that doesn't really line up.
It's
They
a,
both have
he can't
defender. It's
trade
awkward.
properly either, though. That's what I keep thinking about because
Yeah.
you have double defender. LazyGuru has double defender.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it might be a it might be a PSA play. I think it's it should be Vindicator still.
I think it's
I got P
Vindicator, right? He's
blocks.
just gonna.
Does he throw everything? No, PSA.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, at least that gets rid of the
Guru is
Stewie
pissed.
cleanly. Yeah.
This is a good
then I
spores
guess-
play. This is as clean as it gets.
Yeah, bank the Sabo, and then you could do
Yeah.
3-1 next turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's so clean just to take out. Oh, interesting.
Goes for it. It's getting bodies. If you got spores, you got spores. Do it now.
Huh.
Okay, spores into Wong. That's pretty good.
I do think that Thijs was probably not anticipating it because
Of how he played. Guru
of how
played.
he really could have played it the previous turn. It would have been pretty good. So
Yeah.
Yeah, could have held back the one a little bit there. We'll see how relevant that winds up being, but it would have gotten the VRAB like out of range, like
Yeah,
if it wound up being in the middle. But he could also just go straight to develop the Kathy here, get that 5
yeah.
damage in guaranteed. Mm,
I kind of liked your idea for the 1+3 because then the VRAV can take on a Nehemiah like easy.
true. Yeah, good point.
He might just play a Vindicator right now to maybe this to like not incentivize LazyGuru to play Nehemiah because he's like, then I can just play Kathy, swing in, ping the Nehemiah, and then my Kathy can run into a Nehemiah without dying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, said it there. Like the decision to not play the spores, going for the
Yep.
moonlit, be a little bit greedier with it. I think that gave Tice the comfortability to just dump a little bit more and then clean it up. So good. At
Yeah, I
this
mean,
point, I'm
Tice
getting
has
a little
been playing
worried.
greedy so far, right? And it's been working out for him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's gonna go for the Vindicator. Draws into
Yeah,
a
I'd be a
snitching. Oh
little
my.
stressed at this point, I think.
Yeah.
I do like, I guess it was get the Vindicator developed because
Yeah.
Kathy's always gonna be like, her I don't know how to explain it, but like her effect, is gonna happen right away. Like you need
Yep.
time to develop the Vindicator. So I do think it was probably right here.
I agree with you. I was wondering if we were gonna see Lazy Guru go like Tioli into Wong to try to keep double formidable, but he opted not to. He ended up just playing the Nehemiah.
Mm.
Oh wait, this is full clear of a Nehemiah.
Yep, it
Vindicator
is.
into Bloodhound, both trade in. Trade
Oof,
in
we
with
saw
the Vindicator first.
saw the reaction
Yeah,
from Lazy Guru there. Honestly, this was pretty. That Bloodhound was
that
a
was a
good
good
top
draw.
pick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can just trade into the Nehemiah real easy now.
Actually still gets to keep the Bloodhound still alive too. Wow. But I look, the follow-up Wong here, I mean, I think that the lack of card draw maybe from Tice's deck is gonna hurt him at this point because he got through the Nehemiah, but I think by this point it's getting into the late game. Lazy Guru is still at 26.
It could be.
I'm a little stressed, I think, for
Yeah.
Tice.
But Tice still has his Kathy. Like normally at this point, you've given up your Kathy to get here. So I think that might be a deciding factor. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of draws.
Yep.
Nice 3 draw from the Wong there. Can bank his hold the line.
We see there's no defenders in the hand too for Lazy
Mm-hmm.
Guru. So maybe Tice could just take the ignore approach. But when you can't see the hand, that's always just so tough because
Yeah.
leaving any unit, that if they find a defender, you're going to have to get through it eventually, right? So sometimes it's just better to take it out. But at a certain point, I think when you're playing Marcolian, especially if you don't have the burn list, like you got to be sending your units face.
Yeah. I agree. He's gonna go for the altar here to just if Tice does have to go and kill the Wong, that's more charges for Guru. I do agree with you. He needs to get like Tice needs to start getting pressure to face. He's gonna run out of gas. But it's also a 7/7 Wong, right? He's probably gonna have to trade into that and then play as Kathy. We
Ooh.
know that Guru will respond with a solitary confinement, and the Tice is just gassed out.
Yeah. Machinist definitely not. Honestly, any draw at this point, I think is good. So I think he likes to see that.
Okay.
Take that out. So it is
I
the
think
Kathy
now
turn.
it's Kathy.
Wondering if we were going to see the trade there. Did Lazy Guru pop one of the relic? I think he did. Like he used the heal on his face.
No, he had it doesn't
No?
oh no, yeah, he did. You might be right. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
always a
He
little
did.
surprised when people do that. Like, oh, that's a nice pickup
Yeah.
for
Maybe
Tice
worried about
there.
saboteurs and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, sure. Just getting a little bit of value. That has to be the
Yeah.
reason, right? Because I've seen that a
Yep.
few times, and I'm like, they don't need it. Why use it? But Okay.
Like you said though, Thijs drawing that Wong, that's a big deal. It looked pretty bleak for him, but now he can refill again and keep going. Maybe there's a chance. LazyGuru has the option to draw 2 cards with the rummaging. He might just play the solitary confinement here though and get rid of the Kathy.
That's got to be pretty good.
Or not. He's going double rummaging because he uses his hold the line. He won't have enough energy for both.
Yeah. Now, if this Wong could not buff itself, like that could be pretty huge. Just pushing a little bit of extra face damage here. But yeah, it looks like he's gonna go for the sack. Do you like that? Should it have been a solitary confinement instead
I
of?
feel like solitary was the move.
I mean, this researcher does have defender though,
Yeah.
which is definitely pretty nice. So that was a tough one.
But if you have just like researcher with solitary, then like against a 1/2, you would like a legendary card would be one of the only ways to get out of that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And you could follow it up next turn with the researcher. Like I think it
Yes.
would have been very likely that one would have lived, you know?
Yes.
And then could have gotten the double draw.
Guess the double draw can proc some heals on himself. Probably pass. Get shielded too. Nice.
Yep.
Shielded and defender.
All right, this Wong's got to be the saving grace here.
There we go.
No snitching's interesting, actually, especially if he finds like I was gonna say a PS8 launcher. He could he
Yeah.
could trigger the shielded and then get rid of the defender with the snitching. Okay, Triumph is good. Machinist good.
Fleet. What are we buffing? What is the Wong buffing? Okay.
Okay. Oof. Bank and play Harf, or do we like the machinist? If it he
It's a
probably wants to go for the
Vindicator.
Triumph next turn, right?
Yeah.
So let's see.
I mean, he's gonna bank the Harf. Oh no, he just banks this then. Bloodhound gets banked. I would assume.
Yeah. I think at this point you definitely want to hold that no snitching. Again, there's PS8s, right? Like you could
Mm-hmm.
get rid of the shielded, just stop the defender altogether. We'll see where this Kathy hit goes.
Kathy trading into one of the rummagings.
Okay. I think he's pretty happy with that rather
Yeah.
than it going face. 2 triumphs in the hand now. Let's see. What can LazyGuru do from this point? Spores is only so. I mean, yeah,
He can
it's not.
spores and maybe formidable everything down to kill range.
I would want to avoid
But I
formidable.
want
if
to,
I
yeah.
could.
Say if you try to use formidable for game, right? That's what the aim is.
Yeah. There is still a solitary confinement option as well. Like he could poke in, cast a spores if he really wanted to, and also solitary confinement for max clear. But it'd be really nice to develop a threat from LazyGuru's side in addition to a little bit of clear, but he doesn't really have that option right now.
Yeah, I like the idea of the spores. Now that you've mentioned it a few times, I think that might be the correct way to go about this.
Oh,
It's
there's
just
not.
weird because I'm sure he wants to use the energy the most efficient way possible. I mean, spores and solitary confinement is very strong, though.
We haven't seen a Terraglider or a Titan
No,
or like a
nothing.
Caretaker. I mean, I think the only like meaty thing we've seen so
Okay.
far is that like one Moonlit on turn 3.
Yeah, you are exactly right. But I think this means formidable. Is this formidable in solitary or formidable in spores?
Formidable and Spores looks pretty good, right? Is that a
Yeah.
full clear? Poke, almost a full clear. Yeah, that's definitely the right play. Actually, well,
Yeah.
no, you can trade him with the researcher too. That is a full clear.
I don't think it's spores now, based on how he's trading it. He's going bodies.
Okay, actually, I'm a little bit confused by that because I think with the backup spores, like it would have been a full clear, right? You could have just
Yeah.
poked one into the Kathy and even traded the 2-5 into the 2-3. Yeah,
Yes.
I actually don't think I like that play.
He has a Terramech, though. That will cause a ton of problems for Thijs.
Mm-hmm. I guess the other logic was like prioritizing getting another defender down, but I don't think he saw the Titan. Or did he see the Titan in the hand? No, he drew that, right?
He just drew it.
Yeah. Okay. Triumph gets cast.
Poisoner can't
Oh.
make use of it right now, though. But that would have been an exceptionally strong turn.
I
He might just
mean,
hold on.
oh man, that's tough. Like
Yeah,
you
he's gonna hold
really
on.
want some of these units to live through a spores here.
Yeah.
So we can make use of the poisoner. Right?
Volley.
Well, actually, there's not enough mana to play both the Titan and the spores, of course. So
Yeah.
does he go for it? I mean, it's really tempting with 2 defenders on the board, right?
Yeah. He can suicide one right now into the Wong.
Yep.
So it'll give it defender. My man's just thinking hard. I don't blame him.
Oh,
First place
it's
is a
still
lot in these tourneys now. Like the
yeah.
qualifiers last season were like, yeah, you got a spot in the major, but like almost everyone that was winning them got spots in the major anyways from league points. But now this is top 16 spot and a decent amount of money.
Nice. Okay, goes for the attack with the support vehicle to
Yeah.
get a draw off of the researcher.
It's Terra Glider.
Ooh. Okay. Oh man, it's
I
got to be
I
spores, right? You
no, I
can't.
think it's Terramech. Wow.
Is
Like
it?
we see a poisoner. I mean, no, it's spores. You're right. It's spores. It's spores.
I feel
It's
like there's
spores.
just so much pressure
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
board
There's a lot of
here.
pressure. Like your Terramech will get answered. No, it's spores.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a major decision point in the
Yeah, yeah.
game, but I think you
You're
just
100% correct. Yep, it's
yeah,
spores.
yeah.
Good trade from him. Puts Thijs back, or resets Thijs's board back, and now he'll have to rebuild it again. Yeah, no, this is very strong from Guru because he can essentially go Terra Glider, Terramech Shield Titan if he wants next turn.
Oh, god. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
nasty. I mean that with him being at 26 now, no shot from Tice, right? I
Yeah.
mean, I guess miracles could happen, but I think the winning play for Tice there was that LazyGuru plays Titan and then he has the poisoner.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
with
yeah.
this, he's gonna have pretty much no options.
You are 100% correct. We'll
Yeah.
see what Thijs gets from his Triumph. Can he build another board fast enough? And then, I mean, the thing is, he has to give up the poisoner, which is the part that sucks because that helps a ton.
There's I guess Catherine's rallying cry is left in the list. We haven't seen
Yeah.
any of those. We saw
He
them
also
get
only has
shuffled.
12 cards in his deck. How many turns until the poisoner comes back again if it goes to the bottom? That's some like real math.
That's a question
Like
for
3
chat.
turns? 2-3 turns?
Could anything be done with volley? I mean, not really. Once they gets the beefy
No.
things down, no. Ooh, okay. Hang on a second.
It's like knife, poisoner.
I think you could consider just holding back the poisoner. Like,
And you don't even triumph?
I want to like put the VRAV down with
Yep.
the knife here.
Yep.
Like, is that
No. I don't think it's.
Yep.
Then you bank volley and you just wait.
There might be another poisoner in the list actually, so I think you could just send it back. Like, I'm not casting Triumph feels a little
No, there's
odd.
only one poisoner in the list.
Oh, there's only one.
Yeah.
Mm.
He might triumph still. And I'm sure he'd see it in like maybe 2 turns. Maybe even less if he hits like Kathy's rallying cry and plays it and stuff. 10 seconds to make this decision though. All right. Oh,
Oh man.
he banks
Oh.
volley. VRAV.
Oh man, the timer is stress.
He's just trading, I think. Oh, he's just ending. Okay, this is fine because the armor support vehicle will just die. Rummaging would be forced to trade. He's holding on to the poisoner.
I don't know. I mean, if
Okay,
the
so
attack had happened, yeah.
if he played Triumph, he draws 3 cards, so he's at 7, but he sent 1 card back. So he'd be at no, sorry, yeah. He had 7, so he'd be at 8 cards in his deck. And then he draws 1 end of turn, he's at 7. He has to draw 6 more cards. No, that probably might take too long to see the poisoner again.
Yeah.
All right, Terramech Shield Titan is getting activated by Flourish abilities here.
Yeah, this is
So you can clear out the knife effectively.
looking pretty grim for Thijs
Yeah.
here. Just couldn't really find enough pressure early, and that spore is just like
That first Spores was really good.
it was that
Yeah.
absolutely that first spores took away so much of the power level of his
Yeah.
like strong hand with the double troopers, like that was looked good. And even I had the no snitching right for the
Yeah, he's going straight for the concede. He just
Stewie?
wants to go to the next one.
yeah.
Goes to the next one. LazyGuru gets the win. He just needs a win with his Scipius, and he would knock out Thijs from this tournament. Thijs just has to win 1 game with his Kathy. Yeah, I think LazyGuru got really effective spores that game. Like, there were the 2 of the ones that he got were like full board clears.
Yeah. And hats off to him. I mean, I think it was the right decision, but chose to not go for it on 3, developed the Moonlit instead, and got an even better spores the next turn. Like, it's minor, but I do wonder, like, if Thijs hadn't thrown the second trooper in, he would have had, like, double unit on turn 4, getting the VRAV, you know, to enough
answer the
attack to be able
Nehemiah.
to... Yeah, to take out he was able to take out the Nehemiah anyway, but still having another unit sometimes maybe could clean up a trade off a defender or something like that. But at a certain point, game went on long enough, found the Titan, got the card draw, just couldn't clutch it with you know, those spores were too good. It was a good game though. Like, interesting.
That was a very good game. I enjoyed watching that one. A lot of decision making, a lot of patience on LazyGuru's side to get those good spores. So good on him for that. Thijs playing to try to get the max potential out of his boards whenever he could. I think you have to play kind of greedy like that in a matchup like that. And if there was just one turn that Guru didn't have like spores, maybe Thijs had enough damage to just push through.
Yeah. Well, now he's got to take his Kathy here to LazyGuru's Scipius, which, you know, I really do think that it's got a good shot because, again, he's got those 3 PS8 launchers, 3 mercenary gunslingers for the early game against, you know, the Reliant Gammas and Valorusi Strikers, that type of stuff. So he also has 2 Saboteurs for the high-density genetic replicators. Let's see. I mean, of course, the classic, like, artillery volley and Sondrion for some AoE. So I do think that, you know, Thijs theoretically could take this, but Scipius can do some powerful stuff. So
yeah, I'm a little worried about the Vindicators in this case, just because his Fleet Machinist won't always draw a Bloodhound, which might be needed in the early game to gain that edge.
That's true. That is true. I will say that the Vindicators are still pretty nice, though, just like actually developing them. Like, they can eat your or the standard bearers or the subjugates if they're not buffed. Like, I do think the effect of those is pretty useful. Oh, you know what? I'm kind of curious. Are the no Teolis? So in Thijs's Kathy list, and I don't know if everybody has moved away from them completely, but he certainly has chosen not to have.
I think for the most part, people have stepped away from Tioli. Just not being able to bank every card can be too punishing.
So killer.
Yeah, for sure.
God, it's pretty gut-wrenching playing as the Markolian and just not being able to bank.
Yeah.
Your
Also
Tioli off
hitting
the
like
bat.
Triumph of Mars into like double Tioli. It's like,
Ugh,
okay,
yeah,
well,
brutal.
what do we
To
do?
be
What are we
honest,
doing here?
I'm kind of surprised it's taken people this long to move away from it, because people have been running at least a couple for a while. So
That was true. Yeah, there was a long stint of people playing the Tiolis in the Cathy. I think what made people sway away was just like the poisoners. Like they had opted for more poisoners and more bloodhound transports. Like bloodhound transport didn't see much play during that time too, right? Wasn't it just like 3 snitching, 3 Tioli? But now it's
Yep.
3 snitching, 3 bloodhound.
Yep.
So it's a bit more on the aggro front. You've given up trying to scale aggro from getting more energy than you should, instead are just getting like 0 cost stuff that are active immediately when played.
yeah, the little bloodhound that could. I feel like it also took a little bit of time for people to just decide that that was like the staple list
Yeah.
for Markolian, but it definitely like seems like every Cathy list for the most part now is running 3 copies of it. But maybe that was because Vindicator got nerfed, and then seemingly its power level went down, and so they're like, might as well just hard go for the Bloodhound and
Yeah.
move the Ravs.
That's very true. I think that might be one of the reasons. Man, I want to see this game. Okay, I was just gonna complain like, why aren't we? Where's the
Yeah, I
game?
was
And then
like,
we got the game.
what's going on here? All right.
Here we go.
Final game potentially. I mean, this person is going on to the finals here, right? So
Yep.
high stakes, high stakes.
A lot of high stakes. LazyGuru had sent back his conversion Princept. He wasn't happy with that as a 1-drop. He wanted a striker. Did he get it? There it is. I saw it. Okay, striker into relic. That's got to be good. And let's see what Thijs got for his opening hand. Triple 1-drop.
Okay.
Triple
yeah.
1-drop and knife and saboteur. This is a very tough bank, though. An extremely tough bank. I think it has to be saboteur.
Hang on.
Or do you
let's
send the
think about
gunslinger? You send the gunslinger home.
I am. Oh, double 2 is just so nice.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is really tough.
He's gonna send the Sabo to the bank.
Wait.
That's a very tough decision. Very, very tough decision.
Yeah.
Oh, he
2
goes trigger
Sabos.
happy. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I like going for the machinist just in case I hit the bloodhound.
True. True.
LazyGuru is gonna bank the master poisoner and play his convergent or his Valarusi striker. He has a high density genetic replicator for next turn. Thijs just draws into the bloodhound. Why do you need a search one when you can just draw one?
Probably not exactly what he wants to see, but
Yeah.
at least that can combo the Cathy, perhaps on 4 to get a double
Mhm.
play. There's the VRAV. Okay. Oh,
We're putting a
interesting.
lot of resources into this knife. The memento has to be big.
Yeah, wow, this is just like all in on the knife play, right? I mean,
Yep.
he's just like this. Yep. But and I like it though. I think you want to go as wide as possible against the Scipius, right? Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah, so this way he doesn't lose any units trading this way.
Yep.
Trigger happy
Perfect.
into the shield pod. Bloodhound transport into the striker. All that's left is the Scipius adjutant. Is it adjutant? How do you actually say
I
it?
don't know. I've been saying adjutant, but I'm not sure if that is
Adjutant.
correct.
Maybe
Is it?
that's right. I don't know.
Maybe?
Don't ask me. I'm like the worst
Adjutant?
person to ask this to.
Okay, we will.
Maybe it's. I'm gonna agree with adjutant. LazyGuru can't get rid of the bloodhound, but the memento is going to be huge next turn, followed by rallying cry. I think this will give Thijs the edge too. Maybe I'm calling it too soon. This is not like a sippy mirror with memento, right?
No,
Like
no.
the Cathy
I think-
can run out of resources.
Oh, the decision. No, I mean, okay, I think no,
Does
you
he
still
rally?
go rallying cry, right? Like
Yeah.
I think you go for board. You can take the easy little poke trade and then go knife next turn.
Yeah. I think that's correct. He's gonna
Always
go for the
develop
rallying cry
presence first.
here. What are we hitting? He hits another machinist and a
Okay.
gunslinger. That's full trades all around.
That's great. We'll take it. To be honest, I probably would have rathered a Harf, than the little gunslinger, but good enough.
Yeah. Gets the job done. Doesn't lose any units on board, or he wasn't going to lose it anyways, but everything can go face now.
Actually, second wave soldier. That probably would have been ideal. Just keep up the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking so strong. LazyGuru can see it on his face, or you can see it on his face there. He knows. Like, this
He's
is
not
just
happy with
too
this.
tough.
Yeah.
Too far away from like a triumph turn to, I think, really recover here.
Oh my. This is definitely all gas, no brakes. This is as all gas, no brakes as it gets with
Yep.
Thijs's game plan right now. Memento, you can triumph next turn, push the turn after, I'm sorry, and push again. Maybe just play Kathy and keep pushing. Like, there is just a lot of value in his hand right now, a lot of value on the board, and Guru has no clean way to just get rid of it.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if a 1-drop was banked. He can maybe develop with the
I
tabula
think a
here.
Princept was banked.
Yeah. And honestly, it's nice that the replicator giving the units more stats also allows for the trade with the memento, right? Because
Yep.
if you just put it on a 1/1 and the Scypian was okay, I suppose that would have been enough. But yeah, I think the memento is going to do some work here.
It's gonna do a lot of work here. He just draws into the just drawing the
nice.
curve. Just drawing the
Nice.
curve to make the dream come alive.
The force is with Thijs right now.
Yeah. All right, Machinist is going to get a Vindicator. I was gonna say, if we get another Bloodhound, this is insane.
And he's just gotta.
He's got to plan out
It
his
is
knife
the turn.
attacks.
Yeah, it's the turn, right?
Yeah, it is the turn.
All right.
You can trade into the Princept first, and then can kill off the Scypian. Can trade his Fleet Machinist into the token. Yeah, you can see Guru.
Yeah, my heart breaks for like both anybody. It's just like when there's so much on the line. It's hard to watch sometimes.
Memento
yeah,
is a very strong card. Very, very strong card.
As long as Thijs doesn't mess up these trades, I think he is in great shape to win this. Actually, honestly, even if the trades weren't that great, he probably still would clutch it. But I think he's gonna do well here. Very nice.
Yep. He's gonna get trades all the way he wants.
I like it. Good. Still got the Cathy's, the follow-up too. I mean, he could even rip the Triumph if he really wanted, but yeah, with a full clear here, not able to Triumph of Europa on the next turn, I think that it's done.
He has Domino, but that's not really going to do anything. He's just going face. He's going to even ignore this. What did you say? Adjutant?
Adjutant. I feel like we should.
Are you gonna go on Google and ask it to play the microphone to see what it says?
Oh, it's adjutant.
Oh, it is adjutant. Okay, adjutant. Yeah, I heard it on adjutant.
Sapcasters, ignore us. Okay, sorry.
All right, Guru.
I've been saying that all season. Oh,
can play. Yeah, you can. Does he just go Domino or you go Praetor for the defense? Maybe. He's gonna go Domino.
I suppose if the Domina gets developed now, it takes something out. You go for Triumph. It could do
this Triumph
more
is gonna
the
be.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you even Triumph? You just keep rallying for more bodies?
Yeah, I don't think I like Triumph here. I either want to just get the Kathy down, or
Kathy could be good too.
Or Rallying Cry. Either
I
one.
think I agree with your Kathy, and then he could have Rallying Cry and played VRAV the next turn.
Yep.
But either way, more bodies for the Memento game plan is very good.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I mean, with the Rallying Cry here, you get the smaller bodies on the board that you can be passing the Memento off, potentially making better trades. So maybe it is better. And actually, with the Kathy, you can't dictate her attacks, of course, right? So putting the memento on her doesn't feel great. So no, I agree with the rallying cry play here.
All right, memento goes on the trigger happy. It is now a 6-5. Just getting poking for a ton of damage.
I think LazyGuru is accepting his fate right now. Maybe we'll see if this triumph can do anything or something else off the top here, but yeah. Both 2 games this Final Four broadcast that memento is just really
Yeah. Is this the key card?
Yeah, I get probably. We'll see what happens. I don't know if there's another contender right now for like quote MVP card of the tournament, but right now it's looking like memento. Adjutant. Said I've been saying that all year, so it's embarrassing. Okay.
Adjutant.
I like mine better. It sounds cool. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's got the option of going the Praetor into the Striker instead, but
Thijs, I don't know if you noticed, but when he's like rubbing his hands, like that's when you can tell he's like, yo, this is mine. Like he's like calculated the odds and he's like, yeah, I'm happy with these odds of me winning the game. I've seen it a couple times
looks
today.
Very serious right now, though.
Yeah.
He's like, what tricks do you have up your sleeve here?
Guru's trying his best. You can see it. He played well this game. It's just a lot of aggro. Memento doing what Memento does best. Now,
So,
are we at game?
Another 5 stats getting passed off, probably.
This is game.
Yeah. So
the trigger happy trades in, and it's enough damage.
Yep.
Thijs will be going on to the. I mean, I think my math is right. Oh, let's see it pass and see how much it is.
10. Is it 10? Like I said, it would be 5 plus 5 passed off, right? So that would go to 6, and then he's got the slinger.
I think it's just game with on board. Yeah, it's on. Okay, it's game. He's got game on board. Thijs will win this set and go see Egorik again in the finals, right? And he's got to take him out 2 times this time to win.
Yep. Nice. Look at that victory clap and the smile. He's a happy guy. Yeah. Going on to the finals. Let's go. Maybe this is Thijs's tournament to win.
Could be.
He just crushed it through the winner's bracket. Got a little nervous losing there, but he has made it to the finals to face on Egorik.
Oh yeah, like this was an amazing match, guys. Like, I think it's like one of the more like close matches. We getting to game 3, like not straight up 2-0s, and Thijs has put up a good fight against LazyGuru. LazyGuru, like I think this is the end of the run from him for him, like the lower bracket last life, getting defeated by Thijs, and Thijs goes back up to the upper bracket and just has another chance on possibly having his revenge against his opponent Egorik. Like any thoughts, like anything that Thijs could do differently over at this matchup for like the upper bracket? What do you think, Ali?
No, I think Thijs is locked. He's playing well. I don't know if there's anything really to shake up his gameplay at this point. I think he looks pretty good, and yeah, it'll just come down to skill and cards that they draw. I don't know what I'm saying at this point, but no, Thijs has got it. He's in good shape. Egorik too.
Yeah. And I was thinking about it. It was like kind of stressing me out a bit. We were thinking about the possible catastrophe that could have happened during Thijs's play right there. Like, man, spacebar. We've seen it over the Parallel Prime Championship. Like, some of the players just make sure, go to the options, disable the spacebar, right? Just to end your turn. And I don't know if he did that already, but yeah, if that happens, like that would be crazy. But for this next matchup, again, this is gonna be the finals. Egorik has been waiting, so I'm thinking like a kind of a JoJo reference. So you're approaching me again, right? It's kind of a way like if you're watching the animes or you're up for another like beating or something, like Egorik winning this match, maybe like a kind of a great story as well, like possibly one of the rising stars, so to speak. But Thijs has been the crowd favorite, so I'm gonna be asking you this very very difficult question. Looking at the previous matches and how each has been played, I know Ali, you're rooting for Thijs, but Muka, like how about you? Like, are you which one are you favoring right now? Like
I'm rooting for whoever draws Memento first.
There you go.
Memento, like possibly the VIP card, or rather MVP card that we have seen for this parallel league minor. And guys, this is gonna be like one of the amazing matches. Upper bracket guys just keep on moving forward. The lower bracket guys don't even have a chance of going back up. And let's have a short review as to what has happened during this previous matches. We had Thijs going against LazyGuru here at the lower bracket with this 2-1 score. It was not a clean sweep, but so to speak, we got a ping pong match between these two, and Thijs just closes it out with a Markolian Memento win against LazyGuru. But of course, LazyGuru will be getting some points and some prize money as well with this. And over at the upper bracket, we're going to be seeing a run it back between Thijs and Egorik. It was not an easy matchup as well. 2-1 for Egorik over at the previous encounter that they had. But Thijs will have his revenge. But it will come at a price. Twice to beat for Egorik because he won the upper bracket. So if Thijs wins, he will have to defeat Egorik again. But if Egorik wins the match, he will be becoming the Parallel League Prime Minor Championship. And we are back at the Parallel League Minor 1, and we are now back, of course, with Ali and Muka for the finals. And the finals is gonna be interesting because we have run it back between Egorik and Thijs. And shout out to Lamb, he actually predicted this, like, so Thijs is gonna be coming back to lower bracket and then going back up again for the finals. Yep, that's what's gonna be happening because this is how it works with double elimination. But of course, for those of you to know, for the upper bracket, the finals, it's going to be somewhat different. And, Ali, can you explain to us how this will work?
Yeah, sure. So Egorik is coming from the winners here. So if Thijs does manage to take this next match, they're going to have to run it back and play the match again because you got to win twice here. So yeah, that's the breakdown, and we'll see what winds up happening. We saw Thijs lose to Egorik a little bit earlier, and so, will that have shaken his confidence going up against Egorik again? I think Thijs has got the strong mental, and he'll be fine, but yeah, it should be an interesting match.
Yeah, definitely an interesting match indeed. And these guys are going to be fighting for an extra $1,000 US. They're already locked in with 2,000 USD and 5 league points. And whoever wins this gets an extra point and an extra $1,000. And of course, the spot. Like, this is like from all the money and all the points, one of the bigger prizes here is the secured spot. Like, I would like to ask Muka, like, how hard would that spot be? Like, if you don't get the championship here, how hard would you need to get to that spot?
I mean, it's top 16 of a major, so it's going to be a lot of points that you're going to get for free. You're maybe a few wins, if not one win away from prize money. So it's a good spot to be in. You definitely want to be there, and you get to see how everyone's playing. And I believe day 2s for majors, you lock in separate decks. You can see what everybody ran and come to, you're coming more from an analytical thing of like, okay, let's change up our strategy a little bit based on what worked, or you have an edge there.
Yeah, definitely an edge that keeps on giving, so to speak. Like you have some more wiggle room. You get to analyze a lot of the different players that are still fighting for that spot. And of course, bragging rights. Like most of these players are okay, I'm gonna be getting this win, gonna get these prizes, these points, bragging rights under your belt. Like more More wins equals like, of course, more street cred for you as a player and our community as well. And between these two, Thijs looks like the more experienced here, because of course we don't have that much info with Egorik. Like he's, so to speak, he was like he's mask. He has shades on, hoodie on, like a very very mysterious player that we have here. But it's no mystery that he is not inexperienced. Like how is Thijs gonna be running this? Like do you have any thoughts on how he could adjust his plays, or maybe just will there be the same bans? What are your predictions, guys? Let's start with Ali.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he'll probably ban the same again. I think the Kathy's pretty scary for the Neve, and like I'm trying to think back to that match that they had previously, and I don't really think Tice was misplaying by any means at all. So I think that he just needs to stay level headed, which he does a great job of doing already, and just go into the match with confidence. And I guess knowing that you have to beat him twice is a little bit of a mental barrier, but I think he's certainly capable. These best of 3 matches can go a bit quicker, that we've seen throughout the tournament. So he's just got to secure one, get the next one, and he'll take it. But yeah, it's exciting to see Egorik. It looks like he's representing Devmons. I'm also not quite as familiar with him as a player, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of him in season 2 of the league. But yeah, it's been really exciting to like see all of these names that we're starting to recognize now. Like we're clearly like sculpting the competitive scene and all of these players, and so yeah, it's all fun and exciting to watch.
Yeah, very exciting. Like to watch indeed. And good insights right there. Ali, it's like it's kind of a I just realized something right now, guys. Egorik twice to beat for Thijs to get to this championship. And he has to beat Thijs twice. Right? Because Thijs just came back to the upper bracket and just they have another rematch. And Thijs as well, he has to beat him twice. So like basically these guys have to beat each other twice just to get to the championship, so to speak. And it's gonna be something like somewhat of a story, and again lore in the parallel competitive scene. And this is something we just like keep on logging in. We just keep taking note of what's happening in the scene, and who's been winning with against who. And the bans are out. Like you said, guys, it's the same. Is it surprising or not, Muka?
No. I mean, I think it's they probably both were happy with how the game turned out. Like I don't think Tice felt like he lost because of how he banned or anything like that. It just didn't work out for him the second game. He didn't have the memento play, and Egorik went first and put pressure. So I think he would be locking in, and Egorik won doing this before. But yeah.
Yeah, and with these two decks, we've already reviewed both of these players, like with their Neve and Sipius deck. It's most likely they're gonna be locking in, or we're gonna be having some mirrors at some point, and it's gonna be amazing. And this is what we're talking about, the mirror. The first mirror that we're gonna be watching is the double, or rather Sipius versus Sipius. It's gonna be the final match, or the first one in case Thijs wins. But again, Egorik versus Thijs, Parallel League Minor 1. Let's give it to Ali and Muka. Casters, take it away.
We've seen a lot of mirror matches in this tournament. Maybe the best of 3, less decks, a higher probability of the mirrors perhaps, but yeah, the Sipius mirrors have been intense, so we're gonna get another one here.
Oh my. Okay, so Egorik had a memento in his, and I was like, oh, okay, is he gonna keep it? But even Tice isn't gonna keep his. I mean, I guess you need units to work with the memento, right? You can't just like keep it off the bat. But are they both starting with 1-drop relic? No, Egorik does not have a 1-drop, but Tice does.
That's a pretty good opening hand from Tice here. Is going second. So I think that we've really seen that. Like I mean, the changes to the second turn with
Yep.
everything have been nice, but in general, I do feel like it has been significant in these mirror matches, at least with the Sibius. So we'll see how that pans out. But both players have the high density genetic replicator, of course, and this looks pretty good. It'll be interesting to see if we like Thijs goes for a like a tabula just to combo next turn with the
Yeah.
striker. Like there's some options here to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, you can see Tice when Egorik played the tabula, Tice got up. He's like, "What the heck is he doing?" And then I'm sure he's figured out that Egorik is kind of telegraphing that he's going to play his relic next. So Tice is trying to map out how to counter this properly. He does have the Sabo though, which does a lot. I think Tice is in a pretty good spot. I was gonna say very good. I don't want to jinx myself this time,
Yeah.
but he seems like he's in a very good spot, and it looks like he's gonna lean on keeping the Reliant Gamma. He's gonna bank the striker so that he can use that later. He can get it later, possibly from the tabula, and he's just gonna hold on to the Reliant Gamma.
Yep.
Egorik draws
Seems
a
like a
poisoner.
fine bank decision. Like you could have maybe banked the standard bearer or something and brought it back with the tabula,
Mhm.
but I think you might want to play both next turn. I mean, we'll see. But all right, let's he's gonna get the genetic replicator down. Tice has got to be feeling pretty good that he's got the Sabo for it.
Mhm.
Gamma's gonna grow.
Yeah,
Gamma's
this is
gonna
gonna
grow.
well, Gamma's gonna grow. That's for sure. Tice draws into another Sabo. It doesn't need both. It's probably that one of those probably go in the bank. Relic here will be strong here. Can reply with a Sabo. Maybe he's worried about Magna.
How greedy is that to keep the second Sabo? I mean, you
Well,
probably bank it, but I mean,
when
there's
you
more.
when do you need it? Because you have it locked into your Paragon. So do you need the second one?
That's true. Yeah, you can always play your Scipius if
Yeah.
need be.
Okay, so he gets here. Does he trade? No, he hits face for 5.
Huh.
He's gonna make Egorik trade. Or not. We'll see.
Do you like the relic development over, say, the striker plus a tabula just to keep up the pressure of going wide? Like I wonder.
What say that again? I didn't
Like
quite.
if he went for the relic instead of like, standard bearer plus, 0,
Okay, okay. No,
or
I think Relic on 2 is very powerful.
okay.
I usually I feel like for the most part you think it's always Relic. Nice
Then you could
draw
go.
on the Magna here. Oh, he just plays another Relic. Okay. Full trades.
Yeah, it's looking pretty
He's
good.
putting it all on the line.
Okay. So now Tice has got the option to Sabo
Yeah,
or
Sabo is really good here because like um you can't clean trade units. It can only be traded by like Magna or something, right? And then
mhm.
Tice can return Magna.
Yeah, it's Sabo or either like standard bearer plus the striker and just keeping up. I mean, I don't know. Like that's sort
Standard
of
Bear
where I'm.
Striker with double Tabula? Are we like
Yeah,
I feel
and
like
also the striker, or yeah, the standard bearer plus striker. But then that means
yes,
you'd have to bank Magna or Sabo, and that's
Sabo.
that's not happening. But that's why I feel like considering like if you had developed the units last turn, then you could have gone replicator plus 1 here, and you might have had a little bit more options, but, I don't know. Maybe not.
Okay.
Okay.
He'll still get a striker and then another Tabula, maybe if he wants to just play the Tabula. He banks the striker, Tabula Rasa will become the striker.
That feels pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Will we see the last one come down,
He
though?
might hold on to it to use with the 3-drop next turn to make another striker. No, he's just
I
gonna
think I
play
like
it.
it now,
Yeah,
honestly.
I
Yeah.
do too.
Seems like he's going for it.
Good strength. Good board. Can follow up with Magna or Saboteur next turn or Domina.
Not bad.
Egorik doesn't has a not does nah, he has a good turn, but like there's a triumph after. So both these guys pretty locked in. I mean, these are good hands from both guys.
Yeah, the fact that Egorik picked up the triumph is definitely comforting for him,
Yeah.
probably. And the double replicator is looking good. It kind of sucks that for Thijs, he's really only, if he wants to answer one of the relics, he doesn't really have like a full energy efficient play here. So we'll see what he
Well,
decides to go for.
he can saboteur. No, that'll put it at 3 health only. That's not enough. Yeah, so maybe Magna and trade then. Okay.
Ooh, it's not.
We've seen that card do stuff before.
Yeah, not good enough quite
Double
yet.
relic.
It's gotta be. Oh man, because the bank. What do you bank though? That's a hard decision here.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can Magna first. See what's a bank after.
true. Yeah, that's probably the play. Then that means no relic here.
Or you mean Memento?
Sorry, I'm or no Sabo.
Or Sabo. Okay.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
going for
not
that.
yet.
Okay.
Probably banks the Domina here then.
That doesn't necessarily feel great to bank either. So I suppose it does have
No.
to be the Domina. Okay. Now this goes into Egorik's triumph.
Yeah, this is going to be a good triumph. Thijs, if he draws a triumph, that's going to be really strong.
So we know that there's a Magna in the waist.
Okay, no triumph.
Really clutch for him if he had like a gunslinger or something.
Oh, Radiant Legion is also super powerful. I mean, the triumph isn't that crazy. I think the Legion might be the move.
Yeah.
If
Now
he
that he's got
gets
that option, I
4.
think you're right.
Yeah. He's gonna
He's already
bank the
got 2.
replicator.
Really
If
fine.
the Legion hits
Give it
4
a 2.
clones, which I haven't been keeping track of, I think there's gonna be 4 in there. That's a very strong turn.
Yeah, especially with both of the relics developed. I mean, obviously there's a Sabo. There's going to be 5 energy
3.
here for Thijs next turn.
Yeah.
So he could Sabo +2. But man, I'm like kind of anxious to get this memento going.
Yeah.
When I've got board, you know. I would not be shocked if we see that.
Memento plus Recruiter, but then yeah, Memento plus Recruiter could be an option.
I mean, if he plays the Saboteur, like they're just going to 2, so that's not that
Yeah, still not the best
impactful,
trades.
right?
Yep.
Start out with the draw. Like to see it.
Oh, double
Oof.
triumph. Those are going to the bottom.
Yikes. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I mean, he's still with the knife could probably carry here, but still. Oh no. Did he make a
No,
mistake?
I think he's thinking about his triumphs. Maybe it hit him that the triumphs are not coming back anytime soon.
Maybe. Let's see. All right, if he does go for the knife play, he can trade the 2.
Oh, wait, what was the
then-
other card? It was Valorusy Striker and
It
it wasn't a
might have just been
tabula,
like
was it?
I don't know. It might have been a standard bearer.
Okay.
Not 100% sure. Let's see. Yeah. I thought he might have just picked up the striker there for the bank target. Now
Right.
this is a little tricky. No, it's fine. He can trade that away. Then the 1, 2 into the 5,
Yep.
and then
He'll get
oh my
good
god, I
clears
cannot
here.
get over Egorik, the player cam. I'm sorry. It hit me there. All right. It kind of
these are-
sucks that the other unit on the board can get traded away
Yeah.
here. Actually, this is tough because there is a Magna in Egorik's waist, right? So
Mhm.
that triumph and then plus like the little clear,
Yeah, that
guess
would kill it.
that would kill it.
Send the knife back.
That's actually really tough. 'Cause now we know that the triumphs are in the bottom of Tice's deck. This is gonna be
See, might just Princept and double Rasa with the Magna. Tice is probably not getting a triumph of his own anytime soon.
heart of the cards. Could be the next draw. You never know.
Could be.
That Legion top deck was super nice because the
Yes,
triumph was not looking that strong that turn. There was a Magna, but only a couple tabulas, so
I agree. Tice will follow up with Saboteur and Subjugate maybe? Kind of whatever. He still has a memento to fall back on, but
all right, if Memento can get Tice out of this one, definitely MVP of the tournament. But I don't
it's
think
not. I don't
it's
think
not
so.
enough.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong board.
Yeah.
Double relic trumping the memento plus relic here.
No. I mean, you subjugate, you bank, you play the Sabo, and that's just not good
Hmm.
enough. Not even slightly. I think.
He has another triumph in hand.
Yep. Tice is contemplating, do I just concede here or keep playing it out? Um Gosh. None of this feels good.
He buffs the adjutant. Sabo will
Wait.
take out a relic, brings everything down. A little bit easier to trade. On top of that, he can play his Scipius and destroy the other relic, so that kills it again.
Oh,
Egorik draws the Drusian.
there we go.
4, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Two off.
Wow.
Two off of game. But he can just recruit her into a really big board and just end it next turn.
Yeah.
Egorik's going to get game one at Drusian, putting in the work at the end, but double relic and going first. I mean, it was a lot of pressure. Tice couldn't build the board.
Yeah. I mean I'm trying to just do a little replay if there was anything different that Tice could have done. I think he gave himself the best
Magna and
shot.
Triumph and Legion were like the all stars from Egorik, I think,
Yeah.
to me. Like getting double Magna and then obviously drawing into the the Radiant Legion right before the first Triumph. A
Yep.
lot of pressure.
Yeah, that Radiant Legion was super clutch for Egorik. Like, with the Saboteur in the hand, like I do think there were differences. I don't know if they were correct. Like he could have prioritized killing one of the relics sooner, but especially if you already have the other one developed, it feels like not as great just to kill one.
Yep.
So yeah, that was a tough match for Tice there. I don't think even a top deck Triumph of Europa does anything here. He's probably just gonna scoop.
Maybe he plays Scipius and sees what happens. No, he's just building.
Yep.
Yeah, he's gonna play the Scipius. See how lucky he can get.
See how many triggers of Magna? Probably just one.
One, I think.
And
These are tabulas activating. There's the Magna ping. There's Sabo. Oh, not Sabo yet. That's a recruiter. There it is. 5, 8, 12, 13, 14, 17. Yeah, that's still
17.
game. You playing,
Yeah.
hoping Egorik doesn't see it.
That would be highly unlikely, but
Yeah. I mean, he
there
has
is a
dominant in
chance.
his hand too, so this
Yep.
is it's definitely more than game. Yep, Egorik's just putting in the numbers. He will be up 1 game against Thijs. Egorik's 1 game away from winning the minor.
Yep. Yeah, tough break for Thijs there. Just was overwhelmed. Double relic, super strong. It did actually go first, so I am kind of happy to see that play out there because I don't like if the games are just coming down to like, oh, this person went first. So he um, did not win despite going first there and having memento. So yeah,
Yeah, good
nicely done
plays
to
from
Egorik.
Well, we've seen Egorik sweep games against Cathari with Dominions, so we'll see if he can do it again.
Actually,
Thijs might
that's
just lock in the
true.
Neve.
That's got to not feel super great, rolling your Scipius into the Neve. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if Thijs switches it up here, but at this point, it doesn't matter, right? Because he's just like, he's only got the one left to take down. So, yeah, well, we'll see if Thijs can turn it around here.
I'm trying to think, is there anything on Thijs' side that can... I mean, the decks are so similar, so I think maybe, if anything, the lack of poisoners in Thijs' builds maybe hurt him a little bit, but there wasn't many situations where it was like poisoner just wins in the game. It's more or less he has to trade in his whole board too. Those Sippy mirrors really were triumph heavy. Like, I felt like whoever got a very good triumph or could stall out for a good triumph did well, and Egorik did good committing to double relic, which most people won't do. Like, he committed to the double relic and then got a really strong Radiant Legion off of that, and then into a Triumph. And Thijs had to just kept losing resources trying to, keep Egorik down.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing in that match, which it might just be totally wrong, like you said, relic on 2 is almost always right, but maybe the standard bearer plus the tabula and then being able to develop the relic afterward plus the 1, like, could have maybe have given him a little extra units to like keep chipping away the board, but I think in general he pretty much did everything he could, and that Legion was just so good. So
Yeah, I love Legion as a card. It's taken some time to get adopted, but it is a powerhouse.
was that a battle pass card as well?
No,
Or
that was in
no?
Aftermath.
That was an
fairly
aftermath
certain.
card. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Thijs
Alrighty.
keeps the Scipius. Egorik on the Neve, the mulligans. I feel like we're like all the mulligans today. We've just been like just staring, like not even talking. Just be like, just show us the cards.
Shows.
It's so tense. Like, these games have been
Breakdown.
pretty good, and you really want to know what's just want to wait and see what they get. All
All
right.
right. So it looks like Thijs is going second. All right. Life Siphon looking pretty nice for a starting striker.
Mm-hmm.
I do think I like. Well, yeah, keep
Vanderberg could be good
expertise,
here.
especially if you're going
Yeah,
first, right?
from Egorik's side, I agree. Yeah. I was looking
Ooh.
at Tice's hand a little bit. He chose not to keep a standard bearer, and it looks like he's looking for the mass 1-drops. This could be the hand then if he wants to keep it.
Mm-hmm. Looks pretty solid.
Yeah, he opts to keep it. Let's see what the missing cards are filled with for both players.
Okay, so
bad.
no Dominion for Egorik, so that's a point for Thijs there. Ooh, got the Replicator. Let's go. No
Yep.
Relic Destruction yet from Egorik's side. I believe that there are 2 collateral damages in the list. I'll take a look. Yep, 2. And I think no Saboteurs, right? So a couple of shots to get rid of that high density Replicator.
Yeah. I think this is kind of a strong start for Tice because he can go one drop into Replicator into Subjugate, and then that makes it awkward for Egorik being like, okay, on turn 4, I have to either mass banish the Relic or mass banish the Subjugate. And it doesn't feel good to leave one of them on the board.
Which do you prefer?
Oh man. I think Subjugate? Because he also sets up Triumphs.
Yeah, I wonder. Subjugate allows you to distribute counters to make Dominion
Yeah,
harder
you
to
can
get
like
a full
bypass
clear
Dominion.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can stack them on stuff.
Okay. Definitely a nice play here. Gets to refill the hand.
Yep.
Has a life siphon. Okay.
He's
Still
an
no
honor
Dominion.
steward, another expertise. Yep, like you said, no Dominion. We'll do the kickback. Tioli.
Oh wow, actually went for the kickback there. Interesting.
Yeah, I think a lot of Neves going first go for the kickback to just keep getting more cards so they don't feel like super behind on the hand.
All right, so the choice is now actually that Cunning Scipion is a nice pickup there. Option to go for the replicator or the Scipion. I mean, I'm generally in favor of like developing first and then playing the buffs afterwards. So I personally like this.
Thijs agrees with you.
Yep.
Gonna play the Cunning Scipion here, get an extra token. Egorik draws into a Rummaging. That's a good top deck.
It is a good top deck. But he decides to bank it.
Okay, he's just gonna
Okay.
scheme and start getting rid of key pieces for Thijs here.
Seeing a second replicator, it feels pretty bad. But okay, decides to go
Let's go.
for the
It's
subjugate.
the Subjugate because he has Eclipse Fate for the Replicator.
Yep.
So if
Good.
you're Thijs, what? Do you just bank a Replicator now? Bank the other because they're just gonna get banished?
Well, he doesn't know that, so maybe he holds on to it and banks the Scipion instead.
I like Praetor because he's is over Dominion.
True.
I think you bank the Replicator or another Scipion. He's gonna bank the Praetor.
Yeah, from Tice's perspective, he doesn't know about the Eclipse Fate, right?
Yeah.
So I think he's hoping that he could just like get it down next turn.
Yep.
We'll see if a Dominion comes into play. Like, all right.
Still no Dominion. Bank the Ancient Subjugate. This looks like an Eclipse Fate.
I would almost consider, gosh, would you use a Tioli to get the Stewie out or
And then what? Banish a
Maybe not.
unit? Or just still.
Oh yeah, actually no, sorry. That never mind. Ignore me. And then you still have the
Okay.
double TLA for the Neve too.
Yeah.
So
All right, there's a Subjugate. That will allow him to bypass Dominion for one unit for his Subjugate, and then he can buff up his Scipion from dying to like a Life Siphon or something.
yeah.
This is good. He's also milling.
Oh, interesting.
Just to get the attack, then he can buff after with the Scipion token.
Yep. But that would still fully clear though, no? They'll have
No, he'll be at 4. Well, there's
5?
Tioli, but if there was no Tioli, it wouldn't. Oh no, I'm wrong. He's at 5. Yeah,
Yeah.
so he just went for damage. He had to double. Yeah, I was 1 turn behind.
Yep. I think that actually might be significant. Like I probably
be.
would have prioritized. I mean, I guess with the Tiolis it's
Still no
there,
Dominion.
but dang.
Yeah, Thijs is going to be able to full pressure at least for a few turns.
That's honestly pretty brutal because there's been a lot of card draw. Like I think we definitely saw 1 expertise. We might have seen 2. Maybe
No, just
the
1. He banked a Rummaging.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to Tioli first because his hand is full. Well, no, he was 1. He didn't have to Tioli. Yeah, he didn't.
Oh my god,
I
he
guess
still
for
hasn't found it.
Yeah, still hasn't found it. He's going to play kickback. Still doesn't find it. He's like, "Are you kidding me?" Now's the question: do you Tioli for the Wong and look for it even more?
I mean,
He's like,
at
I'm in
this
deep.
point, like you're gonna need to find it in order to win this game. So, uh, I mean, what is the other play if not that? Just like playing more clear. I mean, you could, if you wanted to do that, you could still get a life siphon off and
Yeah.
a snitching. So, I sure,
The other
I
play
think
might
you gotta
be
find it.
Steward, Honor Steward, Siphon.
Okay.
Gonna banish the Princept. 1 buff. Yeah, Tioli into an Honored Steward on the Asian Subjugate, I think is his
Or
move.
what do you? Okay. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I almost like going for the Wong there just because, like, you can't play
Could
Wong
have.
next turn and also do the clear, right? So
Yeah.
you need to, like, find it, get lucky, and then have it for the next turn.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Thijs,
would be upset too if I was Egorik right now.
Thijs can play his Magna and partially trade out if he wants to. Play another Cunning Scipion even maybe, or a Recruiter. He has double Triumph of Europa. Two cards in the waste. We don't know what they are.
So did we see a no snitching come down on the steward?
We did.
Okay. Yeah. All right, 2 cards left. Or sorry, 2 energy left. See a Bank of the Gamma there. Probably develop the other Scipion. Yep.
Are we just racing for face? And then you're gonna trade 2 in the Steward. Yep, you don't want to die to Dominion.
Yep.
It already happened once.
Very true. All right, can he dodge it? I mean, let's see. If you go for the researcher next turn, you'll have 3 left over. I mean, you could guess do some work yet with the Tioli if you find it, if you want to go researcher here, unless he just
Yeah.
top decks it off the top. Will it happen?
Let's see. Nope.
No. Oh my God.
He's like, I'm gonna lose it. I feel like he's like 1 step away from crashing out. He's got the sunglasses on, but there's no hiding that mean mugged. He's not happy.
Someone do the math. Let's see. With half the deck and 3 copies, percentage chance to get it. But I mean, again, he could go for the rummaging researcher, do another draw, and then would have 3 energy left over, right? And then if he wanted to Tioli out to 4, it would deal 3 to the board, right? So technically, you could look for it one more time. Yeah, I don't know. I think that not going for Wong last turn might have been a mistake potentially. Potentially.
Let's see. He goes for the rummaging first. He's gonna be like, please just show me it. You teased me long enough. Just give me the card. We can move on.
He doesn't get it here. I mean, oof,
No.
Bane.
By the way, if I'm Tice this next turn, is there a chance that I suicide my Magna so that I can triumph it when I need it? Like maybe if it's for 1 damage ping.
Ooh,
Oh, he's just gonna trade into it. Okay. Nope.
that is interesting. Yeah, so it doesn't get banished.
Yeah.
Hmm. 2 triumphs is certainly nice in the hand, but there's only 2 cards in the waste, so you're right. If they all get banished, it's not like they're gonna be that, juiced. Now, how much damage does he have?
9
5, 6,
damage.
9. Oof.
There's nothing in there. It's just a striker and a no snitching. Tice is just gonna. He's just gonna. We're just gonna keep making it wider.
Yeah. I guess that's correct. I mean, like, you could draw first, but, I mean, I don't really know. There's see. Okay. Getting 2 feels good.
Yep.
Um Yeah, I guess I would
Steward,
be quite
stop any
terrified of that
shenanigans.
steward. uh, he's gonna throw away the adjutant, and
Don't you mean adjutant?
no, I think I can't now. I've
It is
like
adjutant.
forgotten.
Adjutant was it. Adjutant was the
I
correct
think adjutant is it, right?
I'm trolling you. Yeah.
Yeah, adjutant. You said adjutant earlier, and then I second guessed, and I was like, oh god. Um, uh,
These recruiters are getting a lot of work in. Always double drawing. Getting a few key trades in, and I assume the rest go to face.
yeah. I mean, you just want to like be able to as soon as if the Dominion does come down next turn, you just need to be able to build another threatening board.
Yes.
And then he'll be so low that I guess he's got the Tioli perhaps for a Neve that can maybe get him out of the situation, but that wouldn't be. Let's see, 7. No, I guess it would be 8, and then he could get it out.
Oh,
so.
Domina. That's definitely going to be a lot.
Oh, yeah, Domino would just clutch it.
There's a lot of units on board. All right, Wong. Can you find is he happy or is he sad? I can't tell. I think he's hit concede. He's not happy. He could
I think
not.
Thijs is like
find-
shocked by that one. I thought wow. That was
He's like-
honestly
he's like-
really surprising.
Yeah, Thijs is probably like, oh, okay, it's fine. I'll take it. 1-1. Thijs just needs to win one more game to restart the set. Egorik 1 win away from just winning the minor.
Wow. I think there's a little bit of Thijs, like you could almost see it on his face, like he'd kind of just given up, and then it's like sort of in disbelief, like I have no idea how a Dominion didn't come down there. So,
But
so
he was
maybe the
playing it
force
all
was
right.
right.
He's like, if I get a Dominion, then it's I have a way to rebuild board. So he wasn't like
Yes.
he was prepared to get Dominion, but I think he was also at the same time surprised, like, why haven't I been Dominion yet?
How many cards through the deck was that we
We were
more
like
than
at
half.
17 left or something.
Wow. Crazy. Okay, well that's got to feel pretty good because now it just comes down to a Neve mirror where you're probably a little nervous as the Scipius going into the Neve. So let's see if there's any edge that, one of these Neve deck lists has over the other. I mean, they're probably very, very similar. I
think Thijs has more rummagings. Am I correct?
Thijs has, let's see. So Egorik has 3 treacherous schemings. I believe that Thijs only has 2. 2 Triumph of the Lost for Egorik, only 1 for Thijs.
Okay.
And yeah, 3 researchers for Thijs and
2.
2
Okay, so
for so there's a slight variance here and there, but
Egorik may be slightly ahead.
yeah. That's well, It's so small here and
It
there.
is very
like,
small.
Maybe an extra triumph could make a difference, but let's see. All right.
Sending stewards back, probably keeping expertises. Maybe not. Snitching. Are schemings good to keep? Or do you just look for units? Looks like he's just he's thinking about it.
That's a tough
Dice
one.
mulligan for units.
Yeah, I think I'd rather go for the pressure play as opposed to the answer play. Okay. Oh, I think Thijs also had the 3 void trappers, right? So I like to see that. So maybe he can find some of them. And he does. Okay.
Yep. Thijs has the unit curve that you want to see as a Shroud player. Embedded Agent into Void Trapper into Rummaging. Egorik, on the other hand, is going second, so he can't even get a free Life Siphon. But he could... I mean, he can't even set up Steward. Yeah, he probably just has to either play his Agent or Life Siphon away. He has to bank his Adira. That doesn't feel good.
Ugh. Yeah.
All right.
that
No
doesn't feel good.
snitching. No snitching on Thijs's Embedded Agent, so that way Egorik can decide what to trade off.
That's
Thijs is gonna
definitely
be
a
like, "We trying? You gonna let this through?" Maybe he's alt tabbed. All right, what do you bank here?
bummer. Oh god.
Scheming?
that embedded agent, like, oh man, the no snitching on that. It feels so bad to play your boy Trapper here and
Yeah.
have it just get
But if you
literally
play it,
like
then you get the
yeah, that's true. You get the
get the
embedded
rating.
agent, so you still do it, but you'd really love to see it stay. Man, what do you bank? Part of me thinks you can find erasures later. I really don't want to give up the card draw. I think the scheming is the right play. Yeah.
Yeah, I was leaning towards the scheming. Egorik, what does he draw? Another. Well, no, just the researcher, not another researcher. I mean, not a bad turn to play. You can either go Harf or you can go Steward plus Life Siphon.
Hmm. Man, the Harf is really disruptive. So I do like that, but there is something about just getting this steward developed and guaranteed giving it stats that feels pretty good because then you're setting yourself up for a follow up, like you top deck an erasure or something
Yeah.
like that, and it just can keep on growing. And I think that unit could be pretty good at keeping the board clear. So
Maybe Egorik's thinking about holding a siphon for a live agent. Maybe Thijs, he thinks that Thijs copies him with the Void Trapper, plays it, he saves the banish for then.
perhaps.
If that's the case, then it's Harf for sure. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll probably see a researcher come down here, right?
Yeah.
Bank a Dominion. Pretty good. Don't let him know. Bank to treacherous. Also just nice to develop your own researcher because
Yep.
means that when they want to play theirs, of course you get the extra draw.
Extra. 100%. Egorik now is kind of he's kind of led to not use his own researcher. Oh, okay. We're scheming first. The scheming
Oh yeah.
into Steward plus Banish?
Taking that Adira.
Maybe Tioli? I mean, Wong is also a scary pick. He goes for Adira.
Yeah.
He's going to bank his rummaging and just life siphon out the embedded agent. And next turn, he's going to go for a big Adira.
Why even throw? I mean, that thing had been no snitching, right? I almost.
Because they could trade and kill the Harf. I think that's why.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Oh man.
Would have helped right
Tioli.
now. Thijs could have gone for Wong with Tioli.
Yep. Good point. Oh man, the fact that Adira is going to be able to come down next turn with the Tioli is so brutal for Thijs here. What does he want to bank? That is the question.
That is tough. I think it's Erasure. He's going to go for the Dominion. I think that was my first choice. Okay, because he's going to Erasure the Harf right now.
Not having an answer.
Tioli. Yeah, he's going big.
Okay.
Tioli into embedded agent, full play. Most of his hand can refill with Wong. As long as he doesn't get scheming, this is chill. You see his face. He's like, I don't know. He's like, he knows if I get scheming, this sucks. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Egorik
No,
is
that
gonna
was good
go
though.
for
That
multiplay. I
definitely
think
was the right play.
I think so.
Tioling out the one as well, right?
Yep. There we go. Adira. What does the Adira get? This is going to be a very important Adira.
Oh, see. What's it gonna be?
Attack. I
guess.
I guess he wants to see if he kills the embedded agent. He's thinking about it. Okay, he attacks with Adira. Scheming is one of the cards. Thijs can
Oh
see it right
man.
there.
Oh man. Brutal.
Egorik knows that Thijs has a Wong in there.
Oh, that's painful. Man, schemings though. Like both of these are just absolutely
Oh my
nuts.
gosh, he's scheming's the Wong. Oh
Oh.
no. That is tough. That is very tough. Egorik
Okay,
sits up in his chair. He draws another
yeah.
Wong.
Oh my god. Okay,
Thijs draws
expertise
two.
off the top. Okay, true, but uh technically Tice has board
Sorry.
here. Okay.
Sorry, I'm laughing because Egorik got so mad when he saw the second rummaging after scheme. He got so mad. I'm sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. Actually, yeah, the double draw. Okay, there this is not over. Oh. Hang on. Hang on a minute.
We banish the Adira.
I mean, you could bank the Void Trapper and get the Stewie going.
Yeah.
Or do we like the value of the Void Trapper and you just like poke?
No,
Man,
I think he also has an erasure stuck. So what, right? Is that the last effect played? So I'm a little worried with this triumph.
okay.
Okay, trades the agent. I would probably have held on to the agent. Like, why use
Yeah,
it?
that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, not the
Technically they
biggest fan of
won't
this play.
die though if a oh my god, another scheming comes into play here.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he doesn't have an out for Wong now with the an agent he did.
Yeah. I think I liked keeping the agent alive there. I know that like technically Dominion they would have lived both of these. I mean, if he gets another researcher. I mean, hang on a
Yeah.
second. Does he have two? 1 second. I
No, he
think
has three, I'm
yes, he
pretty
has
sure.
3. Okay. I mean, that would be bonkers if he got another one.
Okay.
Ooh.
6, 7. He can Neve next turn. I think he's just gonna go face. Wait,
Oh,
attack with Trapper first before he bank, probably. Or does he go for the Wong? No, he's just gonna steal.
no. I think you
Okay,
gotta
does he
hope
get
you get
Malia?
something you can play here.
No,
Ugh.
Steward.
Oh man. Just yeah. I mean, Elise, I mean, the shard you probably could have found later, but I mean, if it does get him to the Neve, he's just got to go for pressure. Maybe you can get it to where he's in 6 range, and then when the Neve comes down, you could just end it there.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible.
I think he's gonna race. I wish he kept that agent.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be in a much better spot. Egorik has a multiple banishes to get his steward going if he wants to.
Also, this Eclipsed Fate could be very nice if you just wanted to answer both of the researchers there.
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah.
Triple banish.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think being able to take out the Wong, pretty significant
Yeah.
by keeping that embedded agent alive. Okay, and then I suppose we'll take out the Singularity Steward. I mean, I guess he could technically get his own Wong if he bumps. Oh no, he's got a no snitching. Oh wow, yeah, that's just
Yep.
that's
Thijs will just poke face and banish the steward. But from there, it's all just pray. He's got one more turn. He's got to live through this.
oh,
Expertise says that's a good one. That's a
That's
good
a
one.
card. Okay.
What
We're
does he
like
get?
experiencing through Tice's emotions here.
Yeah.
Okay, no snitching.
That's
I
double
mean,
banish. That's not bad. Double banish, no hand. And you can hit face for 2. Then you just Neve next turn.
do you pay the kickback there? I mean,
No, I don't think so.
okay.
Oh, I mean, you can, but like, I guess what are you looking for? Like, he's already.
Yeah,
He's gonna.
no, you're
He's gonna
right. You're
Neve
right.
next turn.
Hang on a second. This is actually not over. The double banish is like kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's
there.
very big because now his Neve is gonna come out next turn and be pretty strong.
Oh my god.
Egorik is. That's why I was laughing before. Egorik did that times 10 when he saw double rummaging. Thijs is fighting, man. He is
Yeah,
fighting
he
back.
is.
He is not gonna let this game go. The
Oh, but
collateral
the
damage though will
collateral
slow down my
damage.
turn. And another scheming.
Ain't no way. Let's see. Okay.
But Thijs is still ahead on getting to Neve.
Technically.
Yep. Technically, does he? Okay, he has to collateral here. Yep,
have
because he
to,
doesn't
yeah.
want to. So Egorik can poke for another 2. This Neve is going to be
Tioli.
extremely important.
Tioli!
Oh, Tioli on Egorik though.
Oh, no, wait, Tioli would, no, wouldn't have been enough.
No, wouldn't have been enough. But like
Yeah.
Egorik draws it, and now he can Neve first.
Oh, yeah, no, that's
But
just...
I mean, Thijs has no choice but to play a Neve. He has to play his Neve. I think Egorik's going to go for it. But I mean, he's played quite a
6?
few threes.
Oh my
You
god.
see it? You see Thijs being like, come on, man. All right, what does he roll? Egorik, Tabula Rasa. That's a that's a bad one.
What are the
Check your
outs?
attack
Okay,
draft. I
let's
don't know.
see. Has Thijs cast his own Triumph?
No,
No, so there's no like 5 into Adira
no.
shenanigans.
Okay, Bloodhound into Fleet Machines is kind of funny. But
Wow, this
nothing
has been a
there.
roller coaster.
Sower of Unrest. Shout out Lambie Infinite Cash Loop Deck and Fat Cat. I forgot who else did that. Gonkra.
TBT.
It's another Steward. Man, Egorik he's not gonna lie, he's kind of poop. Convergent Mass.
Yeah.
So this clones in your deck get buffed. This
Yeah.
does no, it's just a 2/2.
Man, I mean, I guess
Fabula. This is
Egorik
a
will...
very weak. Oh, Kalar. That's kind of strong.
Okay. Oh. Thijs, I'm so sorry, man. The facial expressions. I mean, look, I guess Neve will probably trade in to the 2/3. Is it going to be 11? He's going to have to
Probably.
find 5 damage. I mean, that seems so tough. Okay, hang on a second. A Dominion into Thijs's own Malia.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
that would definitely end the game.
You know, like there's a chance.
Okay.
There's Dominion.
I don't know how much damage Thijs
Oh.
actually has.
That was one step of the equation, but
He has to trade the Trapper into Kalar first, probably. There's 4, 5, 6, 7.
there's no like...
Roll more to the left, bro. Oh, he's just okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you just snitch. That's fine.
I was thinking, is there any like subjugate comes into play and then like a bunch of tabulas and you could like just get there by buffing
Maybe he's
the,
gonna do this first. Yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
Immediately hits a Muriel, but can't use it. Otherwise, he kills his Trapper. What do you get for 3 cost? A rummaging? But you probably
Rummaging,
value the Trapper attack more, right?
probably. Pass,
Yes,
yeah.
pass.
All right, what else? There's a lot of 3. I mean, there's definitely like more erasures in there.
Okay,
I
there's a
don't know how
Defender.
much. Okay.
Hoplite. That's a Defender.
God, it felt so bad that he had to bank the Malia. I do
Malia.
wonder if it wasn't right to just like take the trade and keep the Malia and bank the no snitching, but 8, 9.
Fighter Drone will burn him for 4.
Oh,
It burns
okay.
himself for 4, but it does take
Yeah.
a card from Egorik. He hits his own Kalar. Oh, he's Fighter Drone. It banks the Honored Steward. There's a Kalar of his own.
Okay.
Convergent Aegis gives a clone shielded
Okay.
if you charge 2 on play. So that actually
Unfortunate.
might be relevant for Kalar.
All right. Bloodhound, not going to do anything. Is it enough damage on board? Hold on. I don't know if we've counted that. Let's see. 6, 7.
That's it? This sucks.
Yeah.
Oh no. All right,
Let's
we're in
see.
trouble. He's in trouble.
I mean, if he trades Neves, that feels so bad. And then, let's see. If he trades the 2/3 into a 2, how much damage? There's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, with the Dominion in the hand and like there's a steward, like it's done.
Dominion and Malia is like GG's.
Man, those schemings. The schemings this game was just so insane. Like being
Yeah, those are
able to
crazy
yoink
good
the
scheming.
Adira and the Wong was just nuts.
Yeah, and he
Absolutely not.
banked his own Malia, so he can't even like burn back and win. He had to bank his Malia
Yep.
to make this all happen, to snitching the Kalar. I don't know if snitching Kalar was the move then. I think he should have kept the Malia. Draw the
Yep.
Tioli, that's not it.
Don't know if
Egorik's
it would
gonna-
have mattered, but I
Yeah.
agree with you. I feel like having the like counter Dominion into the Malia play, like he
Yeah.
had one half of the equation, right, with the Malia.
Yeah.
Maybe could have just given up the 2 damage with the Void Trapper. Oh man, that was tough here. Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8 at least. 9,
Oh, he's
10,
going straight for the
11.
Malia first.
Yeah. I mean, with the Steward on the board, it's a good chance that it'll just clear off some of these 1 health units and buff
How much
it,
damage does he have?
Enough. Actually, okay, that was not.
4. Oh no, he has another vanish on the hoplite. That should be 3 or 6, 7, 8, and then there's a 4 damage. That's game. He has a Sower of Unrest on the other side.
Oh,
Yep. Egorik will take the minor. Thijs
Wow.
fought super hard. Super hard. Look at that smile.
oh,
finally.
look at that smile.
Yeah,
He's pretty
he went through a lot of
happy.
frustration this game. He gets the win. He will secure himself a spot in the first major of season 2.
Top 16. Yep.
Yeah, he beat Thijs twice. That's not an easy feat.
That's actually got to feel pretty darn good. I mean, Thijs is such a massive name in TCGs. To beat him twice, to take the, for taking the win in a tournament, is a pretty cool moment. Feeling for Thijs a lot there, though. I know, like, you could see how much he wanted to win, and like to secure that spot in the major too. Tough, definitely tough.
Yeah, definitely tough for Thijs. But guys, that was an amazing match between Egorik and Thijs. And even though he's incognito, like Egorik just went out with a smile right there, like he knows he just won against one of the best players in parallel TCG right now. And Thijs, still good. He still gets 5 points. He still gets $2,000. And he's probably gonna be gunning for more. Like I see the fire in him. It was like stressful for both, and like the community was actually looking at both of these players, and love these player camps, guys. The player camps just show a lot of emotions. Like everyone's like, oh, like everything.
Yeah.
They were like reacting to each and every draw, man. And that scheming, it's like Adira to scheming. That's like classic move right there. Like
That was crazy. I even forgot that happened in this game. Yeah, the Adira into the scheming, stealing the Wong.
yeah, it's so good.
After like banking your own Wong too, right?
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, banking
Yeah.
your own Adira. Like that was just a crazy sequence of events. But and honestly, the collateral damage, like actually, if Thijs was able to Neve first, think he would have taken it, right?
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
the fact
Yeah, yeah.
that he had the relic destruction, I mean, you had to feel for Egorik after whiffing on Dominion in that Scipius game, like crazy percentage. Like you usually find your Dominion by then, but I guess it all balanced out with that last game there because that was rough for Thijs.
Yeah, really rough. Like it all came back, right? Like as you said, Ali, like the luck that he had to draw over the previous match was it gathered up to this next match. Like very good, crazy luck from the draws. But of course, it ties up with combining it with the skill that Egorik has displayed here. And with that, he's gonna be getting the top or a secured spot at the majors top 16, and it's gonna be a good spot for him as well. But before we move on forward, guys, let's look back at the brackets and see how the games went. And let's get a short recap as to what happened through Egorik's journey. Now, looking at the left portion right here, Egorik was able to beat top 2 of Season 1 Parallel League Prime Championship, Zeliasser, and then going on forward, moving on, defeating Jizzo, and making his way again with another win against Pandapple, moving him down to the lower bracket. And of course, the first win against Thijs, moving into the lower bracket and fighting him again after Thijs defeats LazyGuru, going back up to the upper bracket or even to the finals with another 2-1. No need to fight him twice because he already fought him over the previous match. And, I mean, it rhymes. Egorik beat Thijs twice and just got this minor one and got his championship. That's an amazing journey right there. Ali Muka, summing up this event, this minor or this first minor that we have casted, any thoughts like coming up to this meta? Like I'm not seeing a lot of Ogun Core.
Yeah.
There's not much love on Ogun Core right now. Does that mean it has fallen off because of the major nerfs done to the Universal? Any thoughts? Like even though like there have been power ups with the upgrades between you two. Let's start with Muka.
I mean, you didn't see Core probably because it's a best of 3 and not best of 5. When we normally do the streams, it's best of 5. I think you would have seen some Cores. I mean, we say we saw Earthen, but we saw one Earthen. So like I think it's Earthen is kind of in the same boat, just slightly, not slightly, but it's just like the next one ahead of Core. And yeah, I mean, Core we'll see play in the best of 5s for sure. Like we saw the stun Core do well in the open. A lot of the players that were in the top seats were playing that as their 4th deck. So yeah, I think Core is a little weak right now. That, I mean, you can't lie, they haven't found their balance yet. But yeah, I'm sure we'll see them in the next like best of 5 tournament.
How about you, Ali? Like, what do you think about this? Aside from like the best of 5 scenario for a possible Core deck, any thoughts on what other decks can be good for a best of 3?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Core, there'll be some patches and stuff like that. Like I do think it'll make a comeback at some point. But yeah, I was interested to see like last tournament, I believe the first open, we saw like more brand play gameplay, and it seems like people just have really opted for the Neve this time around. But yeah, Scipius, Kathy, Neve, clearly those are like the 3 on top. And with this new format, I'm curious if you guys like the best of 3. I feel like it was a fun shake-up, at least with the double elim element to it. But yeah, I would like to see, I think, a little bit more deck variance in the future, because it's been these 3 for a minute there. But I actually saw D Money. I'm gonna he made a tweet that he really thought that he had a good lineup for this. It unfortunately didn't get there, but his decks were different. Let me see if I can find it. But I believe he brought like New Dawn. Oh yeah, here we go. He said New Dawn, Uni Workshop, and Scipius, targeting Brand and Kathy. So I do think that there were some other strategies that are possible here. But I think these 3 are the most consistent that we've seen so far. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see more variants in the future, despite some patches and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we have yet to see like the meta just keeps on shifting. People just finding out more and more optimized decks, and Muka said a while ago, best of 3 has put in a good influence regarding the decision making of these players on which decks they're going to be bringing. And the decks that have been brought over the previous tournament may not be like as popular during this next tournament, and like it's kind of a, so to speak, a kind of mind games in terms of how you're going to be bringing it. Or also you need a lot of data. You need a lot of data, a lot of players to like work with to get to optimize your deck or optimize your deck choices in these kinds of tournaments. And yeah, congratulations to our top 4. Again, Thijs getting top 1. Sorry, it's just Egorik getting top 1, Thijs getting top 2. We have LazyGuru getting top 3 and Pandapple getting top 4. All of them are going to be getting USDC prices and of course a lot of league points across the board on top of their leaderboard placements, or rather ladder placements as well. Man, any last thoughts, Ali and Muka, for our viewers or our community in the parallel TCG competitive scene?
No, just it was a fun tournament, and a big thank you to the chat, anyone that is watching the live stream and being active and supporting the broadcast. We appreciate you. Also, a thanks to production and, of course, the sponsors for the event. I thoroughly enjoyed myself casting these games. Thanks, Muka, for being my partner in that endeavor. And yeah, we'll see you guys in the next one. Muka, I'll let you take it away.
No, I mean, it's spot on. It was a blast to do this tournament. I liked the best of 3. And I think I know we saw a lot of the same decks, but the last tournament we saw a totally different deck. So like Excelsior said, I'm sure we'll see wave after wave of experimentation and people trying different lists and different paragons and go from there.
Yeah, thank you guys. And who knows, Jan might appear someday. I don't know. But then again, thank you to our sponsors for making these events happen. Echelon Prime Foundation, always been a good supporter as well. Very, very crucial to making Parallel League happen. AVAX, OpenSea, and of course, Wolves DAO. And really great supporters of the community, of the Parallel community, Parallel TCG competitive community as well. All the people or all the community members staying on the stream, chatting and giving their opinions, and even like just small talking each one of the community over at the chat. Thank you for joining in here at the Parallel League Minor 1. We have been your casters, Excelsior PH as your host, and the casters Ali and Muka. Thank you for watching from us here at the casting desk and the production. We thank you for being here. See you on the next one, and keep playing Parallel TCG. Stay competitive and stay safe. Bye, guys.
Goodbye.